Cargo jet skids into sea, one missing, but the airport stays open. In the grand tradition of everything's fine, flights continue as scheduled, because what's a little ocean mishap when profits are on the line?
Trump's remarks ease stocks slide, but bonds and gold tumble. When soothing words from a reality TV star stabilize markets, it's a sign that the financial world is a bigger circus than we thought.
Inflatable frog criticizes Trump, claims it has more substance. When an inflatable amphibian offers more nuanced political discourse than some elected officials, it's a sign we're living in a parody of our own making.
When the state turns a blind eye to online harm, it's like watching the Titanic sail straight for the iceberg while the captain naps.
Offering sanctuary, only to snatch it away, is like giving a lifeline with a noose attached. A cruel bait and switch sold as justice.
Scientists reveal glowing sugars to track ocean carbon consumption. It's like giving microbes a neon buffet and wondering if they'll feast. The answer's clear, but the bureaucratic dance continues.
Retro gamers praise the Colonel's bequest, then yearn for simpler puzzles. Nostalgia is a fine drug until you remember the hours spent pixel hunting, only to find a plot twist buried in a pixelated haystack.
UK's China strategy wobbles then calls it diplomacy. It's like trying to play chess with spaghetti, where every move tangles further and the endgame is just another bowl of overcooked noodles.
Peace talks now resemble a bad sitcom, where every punchline is a missile, and the laugh track is just the sound of more suffering.
Digital ghosts release magnetic intrusion, defy labels. This track thrashes harder than your Wi-Fi during a storm, proving once again that metal transcends both data limits and societal expectations.
Pro-Palestinian protest fills Zagreb's main square demands justice. When the world gives you hashtags instead of peace, sometimes you have to take to the streets and shout until someone listens.
Jenny stocks climb ahead of Tuesday vote. Hope for stability. When the market's optimism hinges on political roulette, you know investors are just praying for a leader who won't tank their portfolios overnight.
U.S. passport drops from top 10 list for first time, loses prestige. When your travel document becomes less of a golden ticket and more of a please let me in card, maybe it's time to rethink that foreign policy charm offensive.
Trump torpedoes global shipping emissions deal, threatens sanctions.
When you're more committed to hot air than clean air, you're basically running a fossil fuel fan club with executive privileges.
A single policy change legalizes weed, taxes spark economic boom. When your GDP grows faster than your plants, you know you've turned a new leaf in economic strategy.
Trump asserts unquestioned power to send troops to San Francisco, cites Insurrection Act. When your plan to fix a city involves more boots than brains, maybe it's time to question the power you claim.
Chase Briscoe clinches championship final berth with overtime victory at Talladega. When life gives you extra laps, make them count. Just hope the trophy isn't made of the same material as your tires.
When bigotry becomes breakfast entertainment, you know the news cycle's broken. Truth's the first casualty in this televised war of words.
Carolyn Levitt deflects with your mom when questioned on Hungary's role in Putin-Trump talks. When diplomacy devolves into playground taunts, you know the political sandbox is full of bullies, more interested in jabs than jobs.
Hamas returns one Israeli captive's remains. Promises rust soon. Promises are as cheap as the ink they're printed with. When the cycle of violence keeps spinning like a broken record nobody wants to replace.
Spotify users trade follows, call it friendship. In a world where connection is measured in numbers, the art of genuine interaction fades faster than a disappearing Instagram story, leaving only digital echoes.
Bobby Osborne's last tunes drop, nostalgia sells. When the final notes of a legend become a marketing ploy, we find comfort in vinyl grooves, even as authenticity slips through our fingers like a forgotten melody.
Oshkosh Farmers Market expels Democrats for selling provocative bracelets. When political discourse degenerates into tasteless merchandise, the real casualty is nuance, buried beneath the rubble of shock value and cheap shots.
European studies find cannabis outperforms opioids for back pain relief. When nature's remedy beats Big Pharma's darling, you have to wonder if the real pain is in the profits lost or the backs healed.
Glenn Maxwell scores 201 not out, but fans remember the thrill. When a cricket bat becomes a magic wand and the scoreboard looks like a fantasy who needs reality TV.
Furries around DC protest against Trump, declare no kings with paws. When anthropomorphic animals start questioning your leadership, it's probably time to rethink your throne of lies and spray tan.
Billionaires profit during government shutdowns while services halt.
President praises monarchy while no king's protests erupt nationwide. When the leader of a democracy dreams of crowns, you know the satire writes itself, but the joke's on us when the punchline is policy.
NLRB sues California for empowering state to enforce federal labor rights. When federal agencies sue states for doing their job, it's like watching a parent argue with a babysitter over bedtime. except workers lose sleep.
Dolph Lundgren admits money mistake becomes hands-on with finances. When a fictional Soviet boxer teaches you fiscal responsibility, it's a plot twist worthy of Hollywood. The real fight's against financial ignorance.
In a land where peace is as ephemeral as a mirage, hope is a classroom that might be bombed tomorrow, yet dreams persist.
Metal band Swinerism screams into the void, fans still wait for coherent lyrics. In a world where noise often masquerades as art, deciphering Screamo is like finding poetry in a tornado, thrilling but ultimately futile.
BBC bans Black Lives Matter t-shirts, claims neutrality while denouncing racism. Telling journalists to strip their convictions at the door is like asking a fish to ignore water, impossible and absurdly out of touch.
Sudan's paramilitary kills 40 in North Darfur camp claims control. When those meant to protect turn predators, support becomes a twisted joke, echoing louder than the cries of the innocent.
Affordable Care Act becomes Unaffordable Chaos Act as North Carolinians brace for financial impact while health care remains a luxury for the privileged few.
EU expands Erasmus to southern Mediterranean, calls it unity. The vision of cultural exchange collides with the reality of economic disparity as students swap stories of ancient ruins and modern financial ruins.
Sydenham Farah shatters expectations live, then mends hearts with rock. Her voice cuts through the noise like glass shards, leaving the audience both wounded and healed, one powerful note at a time.
Utah lawmakers back geothermal rights bill, then push decision to next year. In a classic case of legislative limbo, the geothermal gold rush is stalled by a committee's snail-paced nod, while Mother Earth waits impatiently beneath.
Callum Turner declares love always worth it, then flaunts Hollywood success. In the grand theatre of romance and stardom, even the boy from Hammersmith knows that love's worth is measured in tabloid inches and red carpet minutes.
Fans ditch Spotify over Daniel Ek's defense investments and ethical contradictions. When your streaming profits fund war machines, even the most avant-garde noise artists realize that sometimes silence speaks louder than royalties.
Trump meets Zelensky, then John Bolton indicted for classified info mishandling. In a world where secrets spill like cheap wine, it's nice to know some things remain predictable. Politicians meeting and getting indicted in the same breath.
Beijing unveils policies, then markets brace for U.S. trade tensions. When the rally's built on whispers and promises, all it takes is one international scuffle to turn the bulls into bears, faster than you can say tariff.
Hackers breach sonic wall backups, then paranoia skyrockets. When your firewall becomes a sieve, suddenly every IT department's scrambling like it's a fire drill, except the flames are invisible and everywhere.
Putin lectures in Alaska, then Trump eyes Ukraine. When geopolitics starts resembling a soap opera, you know the plot's gone off the rails, and reality's just another casualty in the ratings war.
Excite Fright drops a couple of single but forgets instruments.
When your band's new song is just the chorus, you wonder if the rest got lost in a hard drive crash or an artistic tantrum.
Lunar radio telescopes promise to unveil dark matter's secrets, but only in theory. When your science project involves the moon and cosmic mysteries, it's either a groundbreaking discovery or a sci-fi screenplay in the making.
Zabian Brown runs 99 yards for a pick-six, then still loses the game. Sometimes you sprint the length of the field and score, only to realize the scoreboard doesn't care about your personal highlight reel.
Trading one two-wheeled chaos for another, the city hopes tourists will pedal politely, though history suggests they'll find new ways to crowd the cobblestones.
Amazon Web Services outage hits Snapchat, Fortnite, other apps, sites and kiosk threads. When the cloud hiccups, the digital world chokes, reminding us that our virtual lives rest on a single point of failure with a God complex.
Ceasefire diplomacy, where the ink barely dries before bombs start flying, and peace talks are just a speed bump on the road to the next explosion.
Fed signals rate cut, investors panic over credit concerns. Wall Street's like a roller coaster, thrilling if you're strapped in, terrifying if you're hanging by your fingernails, and always sponsored by the folks who sell motion sickness bags.
In a world where fair means whatever you want it to mean, expect a circus of narratives, minus the elephants, but with twice the clowns.
In a world where love songs are a dime a dozen, lust becomes the new currency, trading sincerity for a beat you can't resist.
Thieves swipe priceless jewels from the Louvre, then vanish into thin air. In a city famed for romance, the real love affair seems to be with audacity, as art lovers mourn and security firms celebrate another payday.
U.S. claims Hamas plans imminent attack on Gaza civilians, then blames ceasefire violation. In the theater of endless conflict, the script is forever predictable. Accusations fly, and the innocents on either side brace for the next act of suffering.
Mayoral candidates clash over Gaza in televised New York debate. While the city's streets demand attention, candidates wrestle with foreign policy, proving once again that local elections are never just about potholes and parking tickets.
Ace Frehley declares he'll rock till the wheels fall off in final interviews, proving that the spirit of rock and roll is less about the music and more about the stubborn refusal to quit, even when common sense suggests otherwise.
Coast Guard claims boat strikes saved 25,000 US lives contradicts logic. If boats are such a threat, maybe it's time the Coast Guard took up fishing instead of fairy tales.
Metal band baddie count institutionalizes chaos with new track. When your music's as loud as your message, who needs subtlety? Just crank it up until the walls shake and the neighbors file complaints.
Trading one environmental disaster for another. It's like choosing between a rock and a hard place, but the rock is on fire.
Canada's hydro array,
moves to Texas after 2,000% rally. Chasing bigger profits in the land of oil and guns, because nothing says clean energy like cozying up to the defense industry.
Italy plans to raise flat tax for wealthy new residents by 50%. Italy's charm comes with a price tag, and the wealthy might find their Tuscan dream interrupted by a tax hike reality check.
The science of pH measures acidity and alkalinity, but ignores the bitter taste of denial in public discourse. As the planet's climate boils, everyone debates acidity while sipping alkaline water and pretending the oceans aren't rising.
Every language exists to understand it. Still eludes us like shouting into a void hoping for an echo. In a world where we can speak 1,000 tongues,
ICE unleashes tear gas outside Chicago schools, then claims safety. When public servants create chaos in the name of order, the lesson is clear. Trust is as fragile as a child's breath.
When you ask scholars to trade their principles for political puppetry, expect a campus revolt instead of compliance.
Trump commutes George Santos' sentence, orders immediate prison release.
Thieves smash display cases in brazen heist at Paris, Le Louvre. Art theft is the new avant-garde, where breaking and entering is just another brushstroke on the canvas of cultural chaos.
When your economy's best asset is hope, it's like betting on a horse that's still in the barn, but hey, at least it's running.
When Mother Nature throws a tantrum, it's a stark reminder that even in the city of light, darkness can descend in a whirlwind.
When truth is labelled as weaponry, it's a sign that facts can be more disruptive than fiction to certain narratives.
Christian.
Chicago neighbors expose ICE tactics to counter immigration raids.
Marine Corps event sends shrapnel into CHP cruiser on I-5 with J.D. Vance present. When military fanfare comes with a side of unintended destruction, maybe it's time to question what we're really celebrating.
Zelensky demands more U.S. Patriot missiles as Trump cozies up to Putin again. When your ally keeps flirting with your enemy, you might need more than just defense systems. Perhaps a friend with a spine would help too.
US court blocks Israeli spyware firm from hacking WhatsApp users. When privacy becomes a courtroom drama, maybe it's time to question why we trust our secrets to a service that needs legal protection from espionage.
Only 20% of siblings manage shared financial responsibilities, and your brother calls it family unity. It's a classic tale. One sibling rides the gravy train while the rest foot the bill, turning family ties into financial chains.
No Kings protests erupt against Trump, marking third mass mobilization since White House return. When democracy needs a crowd to remind a leader he's not royalty, maybe it's time to reconsider how we define leadership.
When a pop star's pillow causes more buzz than the latest political scandal, you know society's priorities are fluffier than ever.
Diabetes drugs like Ozempic may reduce alcohol consumption, say researchers. When a diabetes medication doubles as a happy hour deterrent, maybe the pharmaceutical industry should start offering 2-for-1 deals on self-control.
A villain drops Tsunami Army with beats by Diesel, Sprite, vocals, and visuals by himself. When your track has more credits than listeners, maybe the real art is mastering the art of self-promotion.
Trump admits his 157% tariff on China is not sustainable. When the art of the deal costs more than it gains, even the master negotiator has to face the music of economic reality.
B&M Alts Finance cheats after a £7 million accounts error warns again on profits. When your books are as cooked as a Sunday roast, it's no wonder the financial chef gets a chop before dessert is served.
US judge blocks Trump directive to cut gender ideology.
Woman in wheelchair rescued from floodwaters in Turkey, defying nature's odds. While politicians drown in their own rhetoric, ordinary heroes still rise to the occasion, proving human decency is more buoyant than any bureaucratic lifeboat.
Zelensky tells Trump Middle East ceasefire gives momentum to end Russia-Ukraine war. World peace from a ceasefire? That's like using a band-aid on a bullet wound and calling it surgery. The optimism is endearing, but reality remains unyielding.
Genetically engineered salmon approved for consumption swims into controversy. The fish of the future served with a side of ethical dilemmas. Nothing says American innovation like a lab-born dinner guest, flopping onto plates with synthetic charm.
Bill Maher criticizes college students for silence while conflict erupts in Gaza. The irony of lambasting others for silence, while contributing more noise than solutions, is the modern hallmark of televised moral outrage.
Indian stocks poised to rise before Diwali promises prosperity. The market's optimism is as predictable as a Bollywood plot twist. Expect fireworks, but don't forget the price of admission.
ThyssenKrupp submarine spin-off surges in Frankfurt debut and investors cheer. Nothing like a good defense rally to remind us that profiting from potential conflict is as old as the hills and just as ethical.
Google Chrome offers 10 new extensions, claiming to revolutionize your browsing. But good luck finding the time to use them all. In the quest for digital perfection, we stack up extensions like hoarders, hoping one will finally solve the problem of too many solutions.
Eels released Novocaine for the Soul in 1996 and redefined alternative rock. Sometimes all you need is a catchy tune about existential numbness.
Youth cannabis use disorder rises almost 10% among psychiatric patients, and researchers sound the alarm. Turns out the real gateway drug is a society that prioritizes prohibition over mental health support.
Hackers weaponized Velociraptor deep fur tool for lockbit ransomware attacks, turning security into a paradox. When the guardians of the digital realm become the saboteurs, it's like hiring a fox to protect the henhouse, and then wondering where all the chickens went.
Diplomacy feels like a high-stakes poker game where the stakes are global security, and sometimes you just get dealt a losing hand.
Disney Plus and Hulu cancellations double after Jimmy Kimmel's suspension. In the age of outrage, the real magic trick is turning a late-night host's suspension into a mass exodus, leaving streaming giants to wonder if the show must go on.
Brett Kavanaugh carves legacy amid controversy, calls it jurisprudence. From beer-loving frat boy to the bench, he's crafting a legacy that leaves women wondering if justice is blind or just looking the other way.
Hermes Air loses $15 billion thanks Handyman's wife. When the ultra-rich need a reality check, sometimes it takes a handyman's spouse to remind them that even luxury empires can slip through silk-gloved fingers.
Zohran Mamdani dismantles Cuomo during NYC mayoral debate, leaving him reeling. When a disgraced ex-governor gets schooled by a newcomer, it's a reminder that the past can't always dodge the future's sharp questions and sharper wit.
And Nobel laureate headlines.
Alex Acosta defends Epstein plea deal, then wonders why trust is dead. When justice is optional for the powerful, the rest of us get a masterclass in how to lose faith in the system.
Saudi Arabia ends kafala system, promises new freedoms for 13 million migrants. When a country known for control grants freedom, it often means exchanging one gilded cage for another with fine print written in invisible ink.
Heavy security injures dozens in Kenya. Odinga mourn before burial. When mourning needs military presence, you know the state fears the living as much as the dead.
Kevin Federline shares divorce payout details, claims it didn't stretch as expected. When your claim to fame is cashing out on a pop star marriage, it's no surprise that financial wisdom isn't your strong suit. Maybe try couponing next time.
Ex-OpenAI researcher finds AI psychosis in million-word ChatGPT chat, sidesteps safety. When even chatbots need therapy, maybe it's time to question who's steering this digital ship and why they're heading for the iceberg.
Metal band Kitty drops What I Always Wanted with a roar. When metal lyrics echo your grocery list of desires, you know capitalism's got us all headbanging to the beat of unmet expectations and empty wallets.
When you start dictating who gets basic rights, democracy isn't just threatened, it's already on life support, gasping for air through a straw.
ARM expands AI licensing program to boost on-device market share, promises innovation. When tech giants talk about expansion, it's usually code for let's monopolize the future before anyone else can get a foot in the door.
Trump claims Ozempic price will drop to $150 monthly. Stocks tumble. When the price of health becomes a political yo-yo, public health becomes another casualty in the great game of profit versus promise.
White House starts demolishing East Wing for Trump's ballroom because why have history when you can have a disco ball?
Study reveals genes influence sociability yet ignores the social construct. When nature gets all the blame, nurture gets a free pass, and society remains a tangled web of excuses and whispers.
When the planet's on fire, sometimes you have to wonder if the politicians are just waiting for marshmallow futures.
Setting records is thrilling until you realize your personal best came with a side of
Directional Siddle closes 68 Pizza Huts 9 months after acquisition. When private equity firms slice through jobs like pizza, the only thing getting delivered is a cold, hard lesson in corporate priorities.
Afghanistan pulls out of cricket series claiming players killed in Pakistan airstrike. When cricket becomes a casualty of conflict, it's clear the game's rules are as fragile as the peace.
Welcome to the golden age of stupidity, where our collective brain power is in a recession, and ignorance is the latest trend-setting accessory.
Film on Indigenous activists' murder wins London Festival's top prize. Justice remains elusive.
Young Republicans suspended after racist messages surface call it a learning opportunity. In a twist of irony, they claim it's time for reflection, yet seem to have misplaced the mirror.
When ancient rituals hit the Royal Albert Hall, it's clear even sumo's looking to wrestle with Western wallets.
China's growth slows to 4.8% amidst Trump tariffs and property crisis. When the dragon stumbles, the world holds its breath, but the real spectacle is watching the dollar signs scramble for cover.
Court approves Trump's National Guard deployment to Portland, calls it necessary, deploying soldiers to silence protesters because nothing says freedom like a good old-fashioned show of force in the land of the free.
U.S. claims Hamas plans imminent attack during Gaza ceasefire, blurring who truly wants peace. When the U.S. plays Oracle, it's hard to tell if they're reading threats or writing scripts for conflict.
Yields shares surge 14% after deal to power Pennsylvania data centers. Because nothing screams sustainable future like a $75 million factory feeding the insatiable digital hunger of our endless data obsession.
New car prices top $50,000, then a K-shared economy forms. Welcome to the era where owning a car is a luxury, and the American dream is one big garage sale of economic contradictions.
Former Northamptonshire police chief faces charges then claims innocence. When the enforcers of the law become the defendants, it's like watching the fox guard the henhouse while swearing it's vegan.
DHS denies private jets bought for Noam amid luxury allegations.
Master of Hits releases Why Do You Bring Me Down despite upbeat label promises. When pop tunes promise elevation but deliver disillusionment, it's like expecting fireworks and getting a soggy sparkler instead.
Kohler releases $599 toilet camera, promises wellness with an eye on your waist. When your toilet knows more about your health than your doctor, privacy is flushed down the drain.
Putin extends conflict, calls it a mission of destiny. When imperial ambitions masquerade as destiny, Europe faces the mirror, questioning its own reflection in the quagmire of endless war.
90% of Americans ignore top Social Security advice, blame impatience. When patience pays off, but most choose the fast lane, the future gets mortgaged for a fleeting taste of instant gratification.
Buckingham Palace tells Prince Andrew to drop titles, while his scandals remain untitled. When a prince loses his crown, but keeps his controversies, the monarchy's PR spin is more tangled than a royal family tree.
Putin begs Farage to split Europe, claims Lemmy. When alleged Kremlin cash fuels right-wing dreams, unity becomes a relic and democracy a pawn on a geopolitical chessboard.
Barrett claims same-sex marriage holds concrete reliance interests, then dodges support. When equality is reduced to a legal balancing act, human rights become conditional, and love is just another checkbox in a legal brief.
US court sentences Queen of the Con to short term despite podcast-fueled conviction. When justice serves a slap on the wrist for a scammer, it's hard to tell if the real con was the trial or the sentence.
Ireland proposes $1,500 monthly basic income for artists, calling it a lifeline. When creativity finally gets a paycheck, maybe they'll start paying attention to the starving artists instead of just selling their souls in galleries.
7,000 federal workers file for unemployment as shutdown drags on. When government plays chicken with paychecks, the real losers are the folks who can't afford to laugh it off.
Indictment of ex-Trump advisor John Bolton dubbed a warning shot to all Americans. When political cannonballs turn into warning shots, maybe it's time to question who's really aiming for the heart of democracy and who's just firing blanks.
Google advises lock Gmail users to call a friend, ignoring its own tech prowess. In a digital age where Google's AI can predict the weather on Mars, they suggest turning to your Rolodex for account recovery.
Hamas dwindles in power, yet whispers of reinvention linger in the air.
Germany approves Eurofighter sale to 2T, shrugging off Greek objections. When profits fly higher than diplomacy, it's hard to tell if nations are arming themselves for defense or just another round of geopolitical poker.
Russia insists peace terms for Ukraine remain unchanged since August summit. When the terms of peace look like a rerun of the past, maybe they're not terms at all, just a stubborn echo.
Guardiola claims Tottenham and Man United still in title race despite past defeats. When denial becomes a sport, it's a wonder we don't hand out trophies for optimism, where every loss is just a prelude to an imaginary victory lap.
Juke Circuit approves National Guard deployment to Portland, and justice takes a backseat to military might. When the courts flex their muscles,
Sanders claims mega-billionaires hijacked the economy at No Kings rally.
Ethiopia seeks to convert $5 billion debt to yuan, following Kenya's lead. When your debt becomes an international currency experiment, it's like playing Monopoly with real consequences and hoping the banker isn't cheating.
XRB Doug Martin dies in custody after alleged break-in, police report. When a former athlete's life ends in a cell, justice and accountability often take a backseat to institutional silence and a shrugging system.
SoundCloud glitches, demands new browser, still won't play. In the digital age, even streaming can feel like a dial-up nightmare where compatibility is just a polite way to say, not today.
Mystery heatwave warms Pacific Ocean to new record, and climate change deniers still claim it's sweater weather. When ocean temperatures rise, denial melts faster than a polar ice cap, but some still cling to fossil-fueled fantasies.
Indie pop track You Can Touch Me If You Want To by Nile releases Nobody Listens. In a world of autoplay and algorithmic playlists, even heartfelt tunes drown in the digital ether.
LGBTQ boss advocate storm DC rally declare no kings demand equality. In a land where liberty rings, the fight for rights proves that some crowns are just heavy hats pretending to be halos.
NFFL warns defenders about punch-out plays, uses Lions LB Jack Campbell as scapegoat. Apparently, it's okay to tackle brains into mush, but heaven forbid you slap a ball away. Priorities, right?
Secret Service finds suspicious stand near Florida airport, blames security lapse. When paranoia meets airport security, even a lemonade stand becomes a national threat, reminding us that vigilance often has a flavor of absurdity.
Israel denies torture of Palestinian detainees, despite visible scars and blindfolds. It's like claiming a magician's act is real magic while the rabbit screams inside the hat. Illusions, not justice.
Salesforce CEO apologizes after suggesting Trump deploy National Guard to San Francisco.
When tech leaders call for military intervention in their own backyards, it's clear they've lost touch with both reality and their hometown charm.
When private equity giants circle healthcare, it's less about innovation and more about squeezing profits from the most vulnerable parts of human existence.
Living like a prince on a pauper's tab, aristocracy's finest tradition of entitlement without expense.
Bari Weiss claims to fix media bias. It's like trying to fix a leaky boat with a bucket of water.
Amazon plans to replace over 500,000 jobs with robots, then calls it progress. When algorithms take over the warehouse, it's not efficiency, it's just a shiny new way to put humans out of work while claiming it's the future.
Nigel Farage's partner faces Brussels court probe, all while the Brexit board bemoans bureaucracy. Looks like Farage's independence from EU oversight didn't extend to his inner circle's bank statement.
Americans blame Republicans for shutdown, then nothing changes. In the grand game of political hot potato, voters throw blame like confetti, but the party in power dodges accountability like it's a contact sport.
In a world where the blind can see, we're still somehow blind to the glaring injustices surrounding us, like giving a kid a flashlight in a blackout.
Review reveals brain fog affects millions, then nothing solved. Menopause brain fog is like a cosmic joke where hormones play hide and seek with your thoughts, but hey, at least you're not alone in the haze.
Sanai Takaishi wins leadership, then meets Emperor Naruhito. John's new Iron Lady breaks glass ceilings while the patriarchy quietly reassembles them, proving that progress comes with its own set of handcuffs.
While the music promises Venus, the real journey is navigating YouTube ads and buffering, proving space isn't the final frontier, it's our attention span.
Atlanta Fed estimates Q3 GDP jumps 3.9%, but inflation still bites. Economic growth headlines read like a fairy tale, but many of us are still living in the horror story of rising prices and stagnant wages.
DOJ whistleblower reports witnessing officials undermine rule of law, a shocking revelation. When the justice system becomes a playground for power games, fairness is just a word on a crumpled memo, lost between the lines of bureaucracy and betrayal.
Crow drops Fever on Spotify, promising a hot mess of hallucinatory beats. Expect a sonic trip that'll make you question reality. Or at least your playlist choices.
Modern sea level rise shatters 4,000-year stability in southeastern China, a climate alarm. When ancient balance crumbles under modern excess, coastal cities might as well build houses on stilts made from denial and empty promises.
Trump praises MAGA's moral compass, but it's pointing straight to ethical bankruptcy. When your moral high ground is a sinkhole, it's time to reevaluate the map, or admit the compass is busted.
America Inc. spins optimism without economic data, profits still skyrocket. When numbers vanish, but the cheerleading persists, it's like selling happiness in a bottle, just don't read the label too closely.
Ozzy rejects Frank Zappa, imitation demanding true rock, and Badlands remains buried. The music industry shuns albums like Badlands, preferring sanitized hits over raw, untamed artistry that might actually make you feel something real.
Michael Mann compares today's politics to the 60s, says resistance hides in South Park. In a world where satire holds the line, irony's the new protest sign. Perhaps laughter is our last weapon against absurdity.
China bets on exports despite trade war. GDP growth slows to 4.8%.
When pardons turn into permission slips for chaos, justice starts looking like a sitcom where the lead actor never faces consequences.
Spotify updates artist terms, claims to protect creativity while feeding the algorithm. When a streaming giant whispers sweet nothings about protection, musicians should check their wallets to see if their originality is still there.
Only 20% of Democrats embrace radical policies, and the GOP calls it a revolution. When standing for basic human rights and climate action is labeled radical, maybe the real fringe is the status quo clinging to its power.
Top Goldman banker Michael Marsh retires after 2 decades, leaves void. A titan of capitalism steps down, and somewhere a junior analyst dreams of filling those gold-plated shoes amidst whispers of reform and accountability.
European leaders warn Trump against forcing Ukraine's hand, back ceasefire, reject border changes. When politicians play chess with countries, the pawns are real people, and the checkmate is a broken promise nobody intended to keep.
Younger Boy's Fairy of the Lake surfaces from 2000 and chants with electronic echoes.
Pew survey finds lower-income parents report more happiness than wealthy ones, and capitalism spins it as contentment. When survival becomes a skill, happiness is a rebellion. Maybe rich parents should try less hoarding and more hugging.
US warns of imminent Hamas attack on Palestinians, ceasefire hangs by a thread. When peace is a fragile illusion, threats become the currency of diplomacy, leaving ordinary lives caught in the crossfire of political chess.
Pardoned Jan, Six rioter threatens Democratic leader Jeffries, claiming redemption is a revolving door. Forgiveness in politics often resembles a boomerang, returning with just enough velocity to remind us that some lessons are never learned.
South Korea's property curbs push shorter bonds higher, rate cut rumors swirl. When housing markets overheat, financial markets catch cold, and the bond traders become the unlikely heroes in a tale of economic overreaction.
Idaho bans vaccine mandates under the Medical Freedom Act, labeling public health a personal choice. When science becomes optional, ignorance gets a podium. Maybe next, they'll ban gravity and declare falling a personal decision.
Ten corporate giants announced layoffs, promising efficiency while cutting jobs. When streamlining translates to job cuts, it's like calling a hurricane a refreshing breeze. The spin is dizzying, but the impact is devastating.
Germany and Netherlands invest €4.5 billion for 222 Skeppel IFVs, calling it defense. Because nothing says peace like a fleet of armored vehicles. Who needs schools when you can have indestructible toys?
Trump flips stance on Ukraine war, confusion reigns. Foreign policy by whimsy isn't a strategy, it's a masterclass in keeping allies guessing and adversaries emboldened, as if geopolitics were a reality show.
Philip Morris raises forecast, credits smoke-free Zyn pouches for growth. When tobacco giants tout health-conscious products, it's like a wolf selling you a vegetarian diet. The irony is thick enough to choke on.
Leaked pro-Nazi chat from young Republicans sparks GOP storm, revealing their twisted nostalgia. When your party's future leaders think history class was a recruitment drive, maybe it's time to rethink the curriculum.
When mice show us the way to beat cancer, maybe we should grant them honorary PhDs, or at least a tiny cape and mask.
Advanced showcases. Flexing military muscle at peaceful protests is the classic move of a regime that values intimidation over conversation, as if tanks could silence dissent.
Trump neither approves nor denies missiles for Ukraine, leaving Zelensky in strategic limbo. When your allies' support is a Schrodinger's cat of diplomacy, it might be time to invest in some clear communication, or a magic 8-ball.
Microsoft tightens IE mode security after hackers exploit it as a backdoor. Turning nostalgia into a cybersecurity nightmare, Microsoft scrambles to patch up its legacy, proving once again that some things are better left in the past.
Mertz sparks outrage, calls deportation, solution backlash intensifies. When politicians play the xenophobia card, they forget that fear isn't a long-term policy unless you're selling doomsday bunkers or dystopian novels.
Concert ticket prices spike then plummet, baffling fans. In a world where a Taylor Swift ticket costs more than your rent, watching prices drop feels like an encore nobody asked for.
Space's log releases Osiris, a sludge metal anthem with riffs thick enough to drown out existential dread. If your eardrums don't melt, you might just find enlightenment in the swampy depths of their sonic sludge. Perfect for when your soul needs a good exfoliation.
When a financial titan hedges its bets, it's like a weatherman predicting sun, but carrying an umbrella just in case it rains cash.
Amazon Web Services outage overnight paralyzes countless businesses. When the cloud goes dark, maybe it's time to remember that putting all your eggs in one tech basket invites scrambled chaos.
Trump Dewey cancels over $700 million in manufacturing grants, calls it strategy, when fiscal responsibility means pulling the rug out from under industry. It's like teaching someone to swim by draining the pool.
Israel marks Gaza's yellow line, granting Netanyahu strategic leeway despite Trump's peace plan. Like a strategic game of hopscotch, Netanyahu's yellow line lets him skip accountability while keeping the world guessing on his next move.
Grooming gang victim quits inquiry panel, candidates for chair deemed unsuitable. When the foxes vet the shepherd, the sheep aren't just skeptical, they're planning an escape route while the barn burns down.
Louise Tomlinson vows eternal disdain for Logan Paul after divisive Liam Payne interview. When podcasts become battlegrounds for grudges, maybe it's time we all reconsider giving microphones to those who confuse shock value with substance.
Trump-Putin summit stalls, Ukrainian tensions freeze talks. When two egos collide and no one blinks, the world holds its breath, wondering if sanity will ever find a seat at the table.
Men flee the left, disillusionment spreads, unlikely to return. When ideals clash with reality and promises turn to dust, disenchantment becomes the new anthem for those who once believed in change.
Scientists report North Atlantic right whale numbers rise, yet survival still precarious. When slowly increasing means barely hanging on, it's like celebrating a 1-point lead in a game where the opposing team is armed with harpoons.
Petrobras wins approval to explore oil near Amazon after years of environmental resistance. Because nothing says environmental stewardship like drilling at the doorstep of Earth's lungs, all in the name of black gold and corporate greed.
"10 AI content tools promise efficiency, deliver confusion instead. When algorithms write the words, the human touch gets lost, leaving readers to wonder if creativity's been outsourced to the abyss."
German police arrest author over tweets, call it a security measure. When criticism becomes a crime, free speech takes a back seat, and the echoes of history get louder in the land of poets and thinkers.
Trump declares no president ended a war, rewriting history with ignoring Truman, Eisenhower, Nixon, and Carter. Trump's statement is as accurate as claiming he invented the wheel. History books get whiplash.
Sodium batteries rival lithium in power, promise affordability. Finally, a way to power our planet without mining it to death, because apparently, our love for the Earth shouldn't come at the cost of its destruction.
Another anthem for change drops in a world where standing tall is rare and the echoes of progress barely reach our ears.
Do J indicts.
Two leaders in a tango of power trips and broken promises, while the world watches another episode of political theater without popcorn.
Federal government cancels £3 million of food aid, calls it efficiency. Apparently, starving communities is now a strategic move because nothing says progress like leaving families to feast on hopes and dreams.
US and Australia signed rare earth deal, China still holds cards. While they shake hands over minerals, China chuckles, knowing it's the dealer at the global poker table of critical resources.
Ocean Gate, Titan, submersible implodes, computers twisted, thermal damage evident. In the depths where silence reigns, human ambition meets nature's indifference, leaving only a crumpled reminder of the ocean's unyielding grip.
FBI investigates hunting stand found near Trump's Air Force One exit. When a deer stand appears on the tarmac, it's less about venison and more about someone aiming for a different kind of trophy.
Chicago officials seek tools to oust ICE from public spaces, aiming for control. When democracy wrestles with authority, the streets become the ring, and the public wonders if the referee will ever show up.
Israeli strikes kill 42 in Gaza, then both sides blame truce breach. When ceasefires become press releases, the only thing that breaks faster than peace is the illusion that anyone's in control.
Argentina's peso crashes to record low, ignoring US aid. When your currency hits rock bottom despite American lifelines, it's like getting a life jacket in a sinking ship that's already on fire.
Brits row from Peru to Australia in tiny boat, then catch their breath. When you're rowing across the Pacific, it's less about reaching Australia and more about avoiding conversations with Wilson, your new volleyball friend.
Only 20% of R&B fans remember Southside, yet nostalgia calls it a classic.
In the age of AI-generated hits, longing for the days when soulful duets were more than algorithmic whispers in a digital wind.
Coal companies declare bankruptcy 26 times. Call it a transition. When your industry's best survival strategy is filing for bankruptcy, it's hard to shake the feeling you're just shoveling cash into a furnace.
AWS blames DNS for outage, then shrugs off accountability. When your cloud empire stumbles over the same old wire, it's like watching a tech giant trip on its own laces and claim it's a new dance move.
Jean-Pierre accuses Trump's White House construction of corruption, calls it core level. When your home renovation budget starts looking like a small nation's GDP, it's less about curb appeal and more about power trips.
New project investigates verbs of action in static states, claims it's revolutionary. Linguists bravely venture where every toddler has gone before, figuring out why that lid just sits there, smugly refusing to be an event.
Trump's envoys arrive in Israel to bolster Gaza's ceasefire, occupation still 50%. When peace talks involve the same people who brokered the chaos, you start wondering if they're just selling us a ticket to the same old circus.
Trump slaps tariffs and halts aid to Colombia amid drug trade spat, turning a complex issue into a blunt tool. It's like trying to swat a fly with a sledgehammer and wondering why everything's broken except the fly.
Trump urges Zelensky to deal with Putin or face destruction. Diplomatic threats abound. When the art of the deal involves threatening a nation's survival, you've got to wonder if they're negotiating peace or just playing high-stakes poker with lives.
Moulton returns IPAC donations, citing Netanyahu ties as a deal backer. Finally, a politician who's not
Israel urges Canadian PM Carney to drop arrest pledge against Netanyahu. Diplomatic tensions rise. When political promises become international incidents, it's less about justice and more about who gets the better headline in tomorrow's news cycle.
Russia intensifies winter tactics against Ukraine, leaving infrastructure in shambles. When even the bricks shiver and the wires weep, it's clear that survival has become an act of rebellion, not just resilience.
Tourists flood Coniglia, once a quiet Italian village, now a selfie battleground.
Trump RX website launches claiming price cuts, delivers only empty promises.
Bolivia elects centrist Rodrigo Paz, defeating right-wing rival in presidential runoff. When the middle ground wins, it often feels like a victory for compromise, yet the promises remain as slippery as ever.
Only 0% of species achieve full genetic mapping, and yeast researchers call it a near miss. Unlocking life's secrets with yeast genomes is like solving a jigsaw puzzle with missing pieces. Close, but still staring at a gap where the sky should be.
Zelensky joins coalition of the willing meeting.
but unity remains elusive.
George Michael's live rendition of Everything She Wants at Earl's Court, 2008, electrifies pop fans. A reminder that sometimes Everything She Wants is just a song that makes you feel alive, even if the lyrics cut deep.
FDA slows drug reviews and approvals amid Trump admin chaos. When leadership exits like a fire drill, the FDA takes its sweet time, leaving patients waiting while chaos plays musical chairs with their health.
Parliament receives plea from creative leaders to regulate foreign AI firms, promising to protect creativity by stifling innovation. As artistic visionaries beg for bureaucratic intervention, the irony is thicker than a Hollywood script's plot twist.
Equity CEO pledges $250 billion US investment, but questions linger. $250 billion sounds impressive until you realize it's mostly financial juggling, while the average American's paycheck stays painfully static.
Musk and Duffy brawl over Nessa's future, then call it progress. When billionaires slap each other over space toys, NASA's actual mission becomes a sideshow, leaving the universe to wonder who's really running the show.
Prince Andrew relinquishes Duke of York title amidst scandal. Royal shuffle becomes a PR move, hoping to distract from the crumbling facade of privilege that's been propped up by centuries of selective amnesia.
Google displays a language labyrinth on a weekend music page.
South Korea claims substantial progress in U.S. tariff talks, then hosts golf with Trump.
UN claims tide turns on Gaza's starvation after ceasefire deal. They paint hope with aid trucks while ignoring the roots of the crisis. Decades of conflict and blockade don't dissolve with diplomatic lip service.
Tory MP claims deepfake video announces his defection to Reform UK. When reality's too dull, blame technology for a scandalous twist. It's easier than admitting your own party's implosion is what's really newsworthy.
Only 30% of French police recruits pass fitness tests, and officials call it progress. When a simple jog feels like scaling Everest, maybe it's time to question if the real hurdle isn't just running in circles.
German far-right extremist planned migrant mass attack. Then authorities intervened. When your ideology is so twisted that the only thing stopping you is the law, maybe it's time to reassess your life choices.
Former Buccaneers running back Doug Martin found dead at 36, shocking sports world. Another athlete lost too soon, yet the game goes on. A stark reminder that behind every play, life's fragility remains the undefeated champion.
Lawmakers here keep up the fight from constituents, then government grinds to a halt. When your political strategy involves cheering for a shutdown, it's less about governance and more about who can outlast the chaos.
Channel 4 debuts AI news anchor, claiming it proves AI dangerous. When a machine parrots the news, maybe it's not the AI that's dangerous, but the humans pulling its strings.
Israel accused of violating ceasefire 47 times, resulting in 38 Palestinian deaths, reports Gaza media office. Ceasefires seem more like suggestions than agreements, as lives hang in the balance while leaders play a high-stakes game of semantics and power.
Hakeem Jeffries promises public pressure will force Congress to extend ACA subsidies after years of ignoring calls. When politicians finally listen to the public, it's like a child cleaning their room only when guests are expected.
The Byrds mocked the first manufactured boy band with "So You Want to Be a Rocksnen Roll Star," and the industry shrugged. The music machine churns on, spitting out perfectly styled clones, while authenticity drowns in a sea of auto-tuned and marketing dollars.
Frank Zappa predicted political chaos decades ago. Now his lyrics age like fine wine. When a rock legend's satire is more accurate than today's headlines, maybe it's time we stop blaming the music and start listening.
Trump declares Gaza ceasefire remains, despite Israeli airstrikes shattering the calm. Peace is a fragile illusion when bombs and rhetoric rain down, proving yet again that words are cheaper than lives.
Falcons face 49ers as Bijan Robinson squares off with Christian McCaffrey on day-night football, promising high stakes. When millionaire athletes clash on the field, remember, they're just playing a game while we pay to watch their gladiatorial dance.
Apple launches iPad Pro M5 at $1,000, claims it's revolutionary. When your tablet costs more than a month's rent, it's not just a device, it's a financial commitment.
New laser tech promises transformation, yet costs more than a used car. Innovation dazzles with promises of future wonders, while today's price tag keeps it firmly out of reach for most.
Book titled "I Want to Die, But I Want to Eat Tteokbokki" captivates readers, defies expectations. When existential dread pairs with street food cravings, the absurdity of life's contradictions becomes oddly comforting and deeply relatable.
Brave cover art drops promises soothing chaos. When a title commands an action, but the world provides none, it's like being handed a parachute in a submarine. Enjoy the irony.
Spatial metabolic gradients in liver and intestine reveal organ complexities, but metabolic assessments remain limited. While researchers dissect cellular nuances, the rest of us just hope our liver and intestines survive last night's pizza and beer.
Bank of America warns reserve managers might slash French bonds by 70 billion euros, labeling it strategic caution. When your bonds are treated like a hot potato, maybe it's time to rethink that liberté, égalité, fraternité slogan.
Asian stocks rise after 2-week slump. China GDP beat fuels optimism. Optimism is like an endangered species, rare, fragile, and usually hunted down by the next round of geopolitical chaos.
Anti-vaccine activists aim to expand nationwide after Idaho's new law, calling it a triumph. When freedom means celebrating preventable disease, maybe it's time to redefine what winning looks like.
European wealth manager bets on US stocks, cites resilient consumer. Climbing the wall of worry sounds great until you realize it's built on rising AI valuations and consumer debt, a shaky foundation at best.
Border guards find tunnel linking Belarus and Poland raising eyebrows. When walls don't work, tunnels become the highway of choice for those who prefer their borders without the hassle of checkpoints and scrutiny.
After promising farmers a bailout, Trump delays and the clock ticks. Farmers watch the sun set on empty fields and empty promises, learning firsthand that political clocks run slower than economic disasters.
Trump administration denies pardon, rumors for Sean Diddy Combs, dismissing speculation as fake news. Apparently, the White House draws the line between reality TV and political theater at hip-hop moguls.
Russia demands Donbas, then claims it's for peace. The land is rich in resources, but the real currency is power, and peace is just the wrapping paper on their geopolitical gift.
Israel shuts Rafah crossing, delays aid indefinitely. Humanitarian aid becomes a pawn on the chessboard of conflict, where compassion is sidelined and bureaucracy wears the crown of indifference.
S&P 500 earnings rise thanks to the Magnificent Seven dismissing recession fears. When tech giants become saviors, you know the economy's riding a roller coaster with no seatbelts and a blindfold on.
Warner Bros. Discovery considers sale amidst unsolicited interest signaling instability. When your media empire's up for grabs like a yard sale, you might question if the streaming wars are just a digital game of Monopoly.
Herman wins Northern Cyprus election with %63 of votes, ousting Tatar. Political tides shift, but the complex web of recognition and division remains, ensuring the status quo continues its dance of diplomatic ambiguity.
Buttigieg vows to rebuild post-Trump America, but offers familiar rhetoric. The promise of unity sounds noble until you realize it's just a repackaged version of the same old political playbook, now with extra buzzwords.
Elizabeth Olsen refuses studio films without theatrical releases, claiming streaming is not the end-all. In a world where popcorn sales define art, Olsen's stance is a cinematic no thanks to the pixelated couch potato revolution.
Israel launches airstrikes in southern Gaza, then blames Hamas for ceasefire breach. In the game of who broke it first, the scoreboard remains invisible, but the casualties are painfully real and tragically predictable.
World Health Summit urges developing nations to self-fund healthcare, ignoring stark inequalities. When the wealthiest nations suggest the poorest pay their own way, it's like telling a drowning man to buy a boat.
Like giving a toddler a flamethrower and calling it an educational experience. What could possibly go wrong with AI steering your search history?
Fetterman backs GOP's filibuster nuke to stop government shutdown, a bipartisan bombshell. When even political opposites high-five over gridlock-breaking fireworks, you know democracy's dance floor has become a mosh pit.
Poland and Romania halt Russian explosive smuggling into Ukraine, thwarting covert operation. Stopping a powder keg from crossing borders is the new normal. Just another day in the geopolitical minefield we call Europe.
BlackRock lures Bitcoin whales to Wall Street, promising stability in a volatile market. Turning decentralized dreams into corporate bonds is like swapping a surfboard for a cubicle. You lose the thrill, gain a desk job.
Air Force strikes Gaza as IDF clashes with terrorists, ceasefire unravels. When peace is just a pause for reloading, ceasefire becomes the world's cruelest oxymoron, a placeholder for the next inevitable explosion.
Senator Price features truth defense in defamation trial, banks on qualified privilege instead. When your best argument in court is, "I didn't mean it," truth has officially left the courtroom to grab a drink.
Senator J.D. Vance dismisses racist group chat as mere banter, ignoring public outrage. When bigotry is brushed off as humor, it's like saying the punchline is more important than the punch to the gut.
Grim Pledmer claims Nazi-linked tattoo was a drunken mistake. When your body becomes a billboard for hate, blaming the bruise is as weak as the excuses that follow, leaving permanent scars on credibility.
"65-year-old sister holds $80,000 in bonds, receives $2,600 monthly Social Security. Retirement math feels like gambling in a rigged casino. Living expenses and inflation play the house edge, and dreams fold under economic pressure."
Zohran Mamdani leads NYC mayor's race by double digits, but Curtis Sliwa's exit would tighten it. When your victory depends on a rival's presence, you're not winning. You're just the tallest short person in the room.
World Bank estimates $216 billion needed to rebuild Syria, calls it an investment. When infrastructure costs more than some countries' GDPs, you know the real price of peace is conveniently priced out of reach.
Marine's artillery shell explodes early over California freeway during celebration. Nothing says Semper Fi like dodging shrapnel on your morning commute, proving once again that even military precision can have an off day.
Suicide rate among young people in England rose 50% in 10 years. Figures reveal no surprise.
U.S. Vice President Vance claims Gaza ceasefire exceeds expectations, yet warns of Hamas non-cooperation consequences.
Russia maintains war economy despite labor and tech shortages, delaying rearmament. When your war machine runs on empty, it's like trying to win a race with a bicycle while your opponents drive Formula One cars.
San Jose Sharks apologize after pro-S message appears on Hispanic Heritage Night. Nothing says celebrating diversity like a Jumbotron message supporting the folks known for deporting your abuela.
Perplexity makes Comet browser free for all, challenges Chrome's dominance with big marketing deals. When free means your data's the currency, it's like being handed a shiny new leash and calling it a gift.
Folk rock anthem, Shine, by Jonathan Edwards, feels appropriate in today's chaos.
Investors cheer as environmental concerns take a backseat to short-term profits, proving once again that green is just another color of money.
Ceasefires with body. Counts sound like a twisted game of Simon Says, where the rules change after every tragedy.
Foreign hackers breached US nuclear weapons plant via SharePoint floors, security theater at its finest. When a word doc becomes a weapon, perhaps it's time to question how secure our nuclear arsenal really is.
El Fasher siege traps thousands on the brink of survival, 500 days and counting. While leaders debate logistics and strategies, children continue to pay the price of geopolitical chess, their lives reduced to collateral in a never-ending game.
Russian invasion of Ukraine reaches day 1333. Peace remains elusive. Diplomats shuffle papers while civilians endure the chaos, proving once again that political resolve is more fragile than the lives it claims to protect.
Only 30% of Congress prioritizes food security, and millions risk losing food stamps next month. In the grand buffet of American politics, the starving are always last in line, right behind corporate tax breaks.
Goop twists Schumer's print quotes into AI video, claims shutdown benefits Democrats. When reality gets deep-faked, truth becomes as flexible as the politicians promise, leaving us to wonder who's really pulling the strings.
Rita Ora confirms new album and tour plans for 2026. Fans celebrate early. By the time she hits the stage, we might need a time machine to remember who she was back in the day.
MSS claims NSA used 42 cyber tools in multi-stage attack on Beijing time systems, then denies espionage. Nothing says friendly relations like a digital blitzkrieg, ensuring your clocks are always set to International Tension Standard Time.
China tightens rare earth exports, traders scramble for alternatives. When a few unpronounceable elements hold the keys to tech empires, it's a reminder that the real market movers aren't in boardrooms but buried underground.
Only 20% of AI models reflect diverse voices, and tech giants call it innovation. In the digital age, we've coded our biases into the very silicon meant to free us, a binary betrayal wrapped in ones and zeros.
More than 170 US citizens held by immigration agents so far this year, still called security. When the land of the free detains its own, maybe it's time to redefine freedom, or at least get a better map.
Kristen Bell faces backlash for tone-deaf post during Domestic Abuse Awareness Month, deflects criticism. When celebrities misstep, their apologies often sound like rehearsed lines. The real drama is in the lesson never learned.
Second Street's I Can't Let You Go resurfaces. Nostalgia sells like vinyl. When a synth-heavy track from the 80s gets more traction than new releases, maybe it's time we admit the future is just a remix.
Music industry churns out bands with shared lead vocals, but only a few truly harmonize.
"100% of Funkadelic fans groove under one funky nation, and Reddit calls it nostalgia. In a world where algorithms dictate taste, we cling to the beat of 78, where the only filter was the disco ball.
European countries draft 12-point peace plan, call it a new dawn. Peace plan promises to end war, but history suggests it will end up like a New Year's resolution, forgotten by February.
China scrambles to salvage corn harvest, rains rot fields. When nature teams up with geopolitical tension, it's like a bad buddy cop movie. Everyone's fighting, and the popcorn's soggy.
Scientists discover tiny genome loops, then declare them the new frontier. In the endless twist of cellular secrets, it seems even our DNA has a penchant for tying itself in knots, just like bureaucracy.
Holy market bets suggest understanding Trump means betting against him as profits favor no. When a taco becomes a safer bet than a former president, you realize reality TV logic has fully infiltrated our political landscape.
France pledges 1 billion euros for new land missile buried in budget. They say it's for defense, but €1 billion could also buy a lot of croissants or, fund actual peace initiatives.
Israel conducts strikes during Gaza ceasefire, breaking its own agreement.
When your supply chain security strategy sounds like a plot twist in a budget thriller, maybe it's time to rethink globalization's impact on sovereignty.
U.S. investigates 2,000 Waymo robotaxis after school bus incident. When a self-driving car can't spot a school bus, it feels like the tech equivalent of failing a kindergarten safety test.
Lawyers seek ICC probe into $122
European officials, claiming Mediterranean compassion sank with the Titanic. When your humanitarian policy comes with a side of lifeboat shortages, maybe it's time to revisit the moral compass.
Google Fi upgrades web calls, AI bill summaries arrive, confusion stays. If your phone bill needs AI to explain it, maybe it's not the technology that's advanced, but the art of overcomplicating simple things.
Carney claims Canada-US tariff deal possible by next week. Possible is political for don't hold your breath, especially when tariffs are the diplomatic equivalent of a passive-aggressive sticky note war.
Breaking the glass ceiling with a sledgehammer, Takaishi's win proves that gender equality can coexist with a retrograde political agenda as long as you bring the right coalition partners.
Cat Hong Kong stock premium narrows, signals investor caution before earnings. When a battery giant stock dims before results, it's less about market fluctuations and more about the electricity of uncertainty sparking investor jitters.
Illegal filing claims, Melicoin fraud window dressing, proving even crypto scams need a designer label. When your currency is more cartoon than cash, why not add a former first lady for that touch of poor legitimacy?
Bear Bears from the Mud Drops promises Southern grit. In a world where authenticity is rare, Beer Beer's track reminds us that the dirtiest beats often come from the cleanest intentions, or so they claim.
MAGA fans rage as Bad Bunny overshadows local talent, irony lost. In a melting pot nation, complaining about foreign influence in music is like ordering a burger and complaining it's not a hot dog.
Brazil approves oil drilling in Amazon, calls it progress. When the lungs of the planet are traded for a barrel of oil, it's not just about energy independence, it's a blueprint for ecological amnesia.
When your financial report card turns into a horror story, it's time to stop hitting snooze on that economic alarm.
Michael Jackson's estate faces scrutiny as Paris and Janet accuse executives of dubious payments. When your wealth is a thriller, the family feud becomes a moonwalk through the murky world of finance, where even shadows have price tags.
Supreme Court decisions backfire, complicate Trump's plans. When the highest court's arrogance spins unintended consequences, even the most powerful find their legal safety nets full of holes and irony the only parachute.
Warner Bros. Discovery mulls sail after unsolicited interest from potential buyers. When conglomerates merge and remerge like soap opera plotlines, corporate drama is the only thing being produced consistently.
International scientists unveil Galaxy OJ 2087's secrets using a telescope larger than Earth, claiming black holes are dancing. When your cosmic peep show involves galaxies tangoing in the dark, you know the universe is more dramatic than a soap opera.
Dream City of Health promised for over a century remains unbuilt. When utopian visions linger longer than a subscription-based model, it's clear that some dreams are cheaper to sell than to realize.
Israel strikes southern Gaza while ceasefire terms remain fragile. Ceasefires seem to have the shelf life of a ripe avocado, Just when you think it's time to enjoy peace, it turns sour.
Buying discounted oil like it's Black Friday for fossil fuels, while the planet's thermostat keeps setting new records.
When your presidency inspires more parades of resistance than patriotism, maybe it's time to rethink your definition of winning.
No Kings protests surge across US challenging authority. When democracy feels like a monarchy, folks don costumes to remind the powers that be crowns belong in fairy tales, not in government.
Trump demands Supreme Court permit guard use in Illinois, citing unchecked power. When your definition of freedom involves more boots on the ground than a shoe store, it's time to rethink the whole land of the free slogan.
Republicans mute while millions protest Trump on No King's Day. Silence screams louder. In a democracy where voices should matter, the GOP's quiet complicity turns every protest chant into an echo bouncing off indifferent walls.
Besant meets Chinese Vice Premier, claims tariffs are just friendly fire. When international relations feel like a game of poker where everyone's bluffing with the future of the global economy, maybe it's time to fold.
North Carolina GOP redraws lines to give Trump a seat. Democrats plan long game. While Republicans play chess with democracy, Democrats hope their checkers strategy matures before the board flips entirely red.
When your melodies are more tangled than a soap opera plot, and your lyrics could make a stone weep, you might just be onto something.
Square Pusher releases My Red Hot Car, promises Ideem Revolution, delivers nostalgia.
Trump champions IVF then nods to anti-abortionists, contradiction in every gesture. The master of mixed messages strikes again, proving that political doublespeak is the only language some politicians truly master.
Pat Conroy accuses China of false airspace claims, calls their narrative a fabrication. When the international stage becomes a playground for tall tales, you know someone's trying to rewrite the rules of engagement with a fiction thicker than a spy novel.
Wild Grain Bread Service slashes $40 off. Because nothing screams artisanal like mass-produced loaves and a discount code delivered right to your existential crisis.
UJ lawyer claims ordered to lie about the Ibrego Garcia integrity so cheap. Justice Department or just us department. When truth becomes a commodity, trust is the first casualty in the courtroom circus.
Scientists create platforms, sperm ethics on sale. When life becomes a lab experiment, humanity gets a front row seat to its own existential crisis.
Popcorn not included.
China assembles foreign firms to soothe fears over rare earths, claims no trade restrictions. When the fox invites the hens for a chat, it's not about the menu, it's about who gets to eat and who becomes dinner.
East lost to Tarbian's heavy riffs, nostalgia sells. When the past sounds better than the present, it's either the music or selective memory playing the long con.
Women's Pro Baseball League picks 4 cities, then pretends equality isn't a novelty act. In a world where women still fight for equal pay, let's celebrate the chance to slide into second base without sliding into second-class status.
UK missiles storm Russian plant, irony explodes. When the weapons of mass destruction come with a Made in UK label, it's like a historical deja vu with a side of hypocrisy.
Australian ambassador apologises to Trump after warm meeting, despite past village idiot comment. When apologies flow like wine at a diplomatic dinner, it's less about forgiveness and more about who holds the corkscrew next.
Zelensky demands U.S. guarantees and weapons, then hopes promises aren't as empty as a politician's handshake.
Developers erect high-rises, then erase communities. Gentrification paints over history with luxury condos, like replacing a vibrant mural with a monochrome billboard that only the wealthy can read.
Kadesha Kilapia drops new single, then echoes old beats. Big Drama dances around innovation like a DJ stuck on replay, spinning familiar rhythms that leave listeners yearning for a fresh tune.
Bollywood romance runs 30 years non-stop, proving nostalgia is the only thing more enduring than a Bollywood dance number. In a world of instant gratification, this film's marathon run shows that some love stories outlast even our attention spans.
Bad Religion releases Anthem, Then World Remains Unconquered. Punk dreams of global domination stumble over the same hurdles as power chords clash with reality's indifferent ear and unchanged status quo.
French stocks soar to record high, then debt worries persist. Market euphoria dances on a tightrope as traders toast profits, while political chaos and fiscal fragility loom like a guillotine over their champagne flutes.
U.S. jury convicts French bank BNP Paribas over Sudan atrocities involvement. When banks dabble in human suffering, it's not just about profit margins, it's about turning a blind eye with an open wallet.
Fox News grills Mike Johnson over Epstein vote, but he dodges accountability like it's a bad family reunion. When the heat's on, Johnson's evasive maneuvers suggest he's auditioning for a role in the next political thriller, The Art of Not Answering.
ICE raids Chinatown for counterfeit goods, sparking citywide protests. When law enforcement targets cultural hubs, it's less about counterfeit watches and more about counting on fear to keep communities in line.
Metal fans embraced the nebulous In a world of chaos, there's solace in sludge and atmospheric doom, where rifts become refuge, and melodies drown out the clamor of reality's relentless demands.
Meta unveils tools to shield WhatsApp and Messenger users, but forgets to mention the data they're still mining. It's like offering a guard dog while leaving your front door wide open for data thieves. Who knew privacy was such a choose-your-own-adventure?
AI influencers earn more than humans claiming entertainment's future. When pixels outshine people in paychecks, it's not about advancement, it's about a world where authenticity gets auctioned off to the highest bidder.
Invoking this relic risks turning the military into political pawns, a chilling reminder that power can mutate even the most sacred institutions into tools of tyranny.
Gladanet and TrioFox vulnerabilities exploited, remote code execution risk spikes. When your cloud storage becomes a hacker's playground, it's less about flaws and more about the industry's persistent denial of digital decay.
Sen Paul claims boat strikes violate U.S. tradition, then dismisses history. Ignoring centuries of U.S. interventions, Paul's selective memory misses the irony. Tradition often cloaks hypocrisy, proving that the past is just as malleable as a politician's principles.
Israel and Hamas blame each other for ceasefire breaches, as if finger-pointing is the new peace plan. When accusations fly faster than rockets, it's clear the only winners here are the arms dealers. Diplomacy, more like a game of diplomatic dodgeball.
Returning to work after claiming Social Security may reduce benefits, defeating the purpose. In a great American balancing act, working retirees juggle dreams of golden years and economic survival, only to find the scales tipped by bureaucratic sleight of hand that punishes their perseverance.
OpenAI enlists over 100 ex-bankers to automate junior bankers' tasks, claims efficiency. When ex-bankers teach AI their tricks, the only thing more predictable than automation is the eventual meltdown of human oversight.
Kosovo offers to take Britain's rejected asylum seekers as if outsourcing empathy is a new export. When helping means offloading responsibility, it's less about humanitarianism and more about passing the buck wrapped in diplomatic niceties.
Steven Soderbergh rewatched Star Wars last December, sparking rumors of a Ben Solo project. Hollywood's favorite sleuthing pastime deciphering directors' viewing habits as if Netflix queues are the new crystal balls, all while studios keep us guessing with cryptic teases and cinematic breadcrumbs.
US Treasury sells dollars to control peso, claims stability. When dollars rain down like confetti in Argentina, it's like trying to mend a sinking ship with a golden bucket.
Hindustan Unilever benefits from tax cuts despite one-time loss, claims optimism. Corporate alchemy in action, turning tax cuts into profits while the rest of us scramble to understand the magic trick, all under the festive guise of economic growth.
Israel kills nearly 100 Palestinians post-ceasefire, proving peace deals are just paper shields.
Hamas claims readiness to relinquish control, but skepticism looms large. After 2 decades of iron-fisted governance, the promise of change feels like a mirage in the desert, where power rarely loosens its grip without a fight.
Drone attack hits Sudan's capital before airport reopening, fuels chaos. Reopening an airport amidst drone strikes is like opening an umbrella in a hurricane. It offers the illusion of control without any real protection.
When bromance diplomacy gets awkward, it's clear the art of the deal is just finger painting in international relations.
General strike shuts down Gaibies, demands end to pollution from phosphate plant. When the air smells like profit and the sea turns the color of money, maybe it's time to question who really benefits from progress.
After Charlie Kirk's alleged assassination, left-wing professors intensified their critique. In academia, the aftermath of violence becomes fertile ground for debate, where legacies are dissected and ideological battles rage on without pause or mercy.
Top 10 PLR sites promise easy content delivery cycle fluff. When originality is just a download away, it's a wonder anyone still believes in the myth of fresh ideas. Copy, paste, rinse, repeat, and call it innovation.
Former FSB officer admits poisoning Navalny while Moscow denies involvement. When spies spill secrets like tea at a scandalous garden party, the truth gets lost in the shrubbery of denials and deceit.
DHS demands OpenAI reveal user identity tied to ChatGPT interactions, a surveillance milestone. When curiosity becomes a national security threat, the line between privacy and paranoia blurs, leaving users wondering if their thoughts are truly their own.
Greybeard shreds power chords, drowns in feedback loops, and calls it music. When distortion becomes the melody and chaos is the chorus, it's a wonder anyone can hear the soul behind the static. Rock on, if you can find it.
In the age of streaming, nostalgia is the new currency, and nothing says timeless like a track older than some TikTok influencers.
Pardoned rioter rearrested then threatens to kill. When you pardon chaos,
Don't act surprised when it boomerangs back with a vengeance, aiming for the heart of democracy.
Nigeria denies arresting officers amid coup plot rumors, claims stability. In a land where truth often takes a back seat, the government's denial feels like a well-rehearsed lullaby.
Zelensky urges allies to resist Russia after failing to secure US missiles. When your allies' arsenal is a mirage, diplomacy turns into a game of chicken, and Zelensky is left clucking without a peck of firepower.
Cybersecurity CEOs promise resilience, then face evolving threats. In a world where hackers innovate faster than CEOs can pontificate, it's hard to tell if they're defending us or just defending their bonuses.
Fourth stage of the Trump trade arrives, markets brace for chaos. Like a soap opera with no commercial breaks, each act promises more drama and less resolution, leaving investors clutching their wallets and their pearls.
Sony applies to establish National Crypto Bank, plans to issue US dollar stablecoin. Because nothing screams financial stability like a gaming giant moonlighting as a banker, ready to mint digital dollars while you play.
Orson Welles disrupts hierarchy, then remains unstable in cultural lore. In the grand circus of American culture, Welles juggles high art and chaos, leaving us wondering if he's a misunderstood genius or a masterful prankster.
Colombian court overturns Uribe's conviction, calls it justice. Justice, like a magician's trick, distracts with one hand while the other hand slips the truth into its pocket, leaving the audience guessing the real story.
American in Paris memoir persists, defies reality. Streets become stages where romanticized nostalgia performs its dance, ignoring the gritty underbelly that locals navigate daily, transforming history into a charming fiction.
Thailand permits Myanmar refugees to work, then blames aid cuts. When exploiting desperation becomes a solution, it's clear that refugee labor is just a cheaper bandage for a self-inflicted wound called labor shortage.
OCCR awards €4.5 billion contract for 270 Boxer vehicles, calls it a boost for Germany and the Netherlands. Because nothing celebrates European unity like a shiny fleet of armored boxes ready to roll into the 21st century with style and steel.
The future's green dream is tangled in blades that can't quite meet the hype, while fossil fuels chuckle from the sidelines, still very much alive.
Arizona AG sues House Speaker to seat Grijalva despite shutdown. Political theater reaches new heights as democracy takes a backseat to bureaucratic games, where elected officials wait like extras for their cue in a never-ending drama.
NVIDIA's China AI GPU market share crashes from 95% to zero once a quarter of data center revenue. Turns out betting on silicon dreams in a geopolitical minefield is a risky game, even for tech titans with chips on their shoulders.
Low heist uses truck ladder, thieves grab crown jewels in daylight. Art theft meets audacity as robbers redefine brazen by storming a museum with construction tools, proving once again that security is just an illusion with a price tag.
Redan's McNally predicts gas prices drop to $2, then warns of crude chaos. When experts call for a calm before the storm, it's usually the storm they're selling, not the peace they promise to restore.
Diplomatic doublespeak at its finest, optimism for peace served with a side of annihilation, proving once more that political visits are just theatrical performances with real-life consequences.
When the market's a seesaw and sellers can't find balance, expect home tours to come with a free side of denial.
Trump nominee for whistleblower office withdraws after racist texts emerge, proving irony is still alive and kicking. Nothing screams trustworthy like a whistleblower chief with skeletons rattling louder than a 4th of July parade.
Trump targets ex-DOJ official who investigated him, claims bias. In the world of political theater, nothing screams accountability like attacking the very people who dare to question your actions, because deflection is the best defense.
No Kings protests ignite nationwide as anti-Trump rallies spread coast to coast. When the crownless lead the charge, democracy's reminder echoes louder than any golden tower ever could.
Federal agents drag a blind man into Portland ICE facility, redefining blind justice with a side of cruelty. When the system can't see its own inhumanity, maybe it's time for a new pair of glasses or a whole new system.
Sakharov Prize finalists include imprisoned journalists and student protesters. Celebrating courage in the face of oppression is a noble gesture. Just don't expect it to change the world when those in power remain comfortably unchallenged.
Doctors embrace neck birth as new heart risk indicated, ignoring BMI decades long range. Turns out, your neck might just choke your heart faster than a lifetime of cheeseburgers and half-hearted New Year resolutions.
When life gives you a mosh pit, sometimes you need a leader who can keep the beat and smash the status quo.
A few bonus months wrapped in a billion-dollar bow, because who needs a cure when you can have a slightly longer countdown?
Archaeologists discover Roman soldier skeletons in mass grave, claim historical jackpot. Turns out, even 2 millennia later, the empire's reach extends to graveyards, proving some debts are paid in bones, not gold.
EU plans to unveil 19th sanctions package against Russia on October 23rd. 19 rounds in and still swinging. Who knew geopolitics was just a never-ending game of economic whack-a-mole?
Oracle's e-business suite bug lets hackers bypass logins, but they call it a feature.
When your business suite opens its doors to hackers, maybe it's time to rethink your interior security design.
Trump suggests Ukraine be divided with Russia following tense meeting with Zelensky. Diplomacy by jigsaw puzzle because nothing says peace talk like a real estate pitch for slicing up sovereign nations.
Men misplace Y chromosomes, speed up aging, defy nature. Turns out, losing a chromosome is the latest anti-longevity trend, because who needs a long life when you can have existential dread instead?
IDF attacks Hamas in Rafah after ceasefire shatters, peace talks ignored. Negotiating peace with missiles is like extinguishing a fire with gasoline. It only fuels the flames while pretending to quench them.
Liberty Global offers half its ITV stake after a decade of decline, calling it a strategic retreat. When your investment strategy mirrors the Titanic's maiden voyage, maybe it's time to rethink your portfolio navigator.
Young Republicans fight in leaked chats, then blame the media. Nothing says unity like a digital brawl where everyone's a keyboard warrior and the real enemy is a screenshot button.
SEC fines Texas A&M $50,000 for faking injury, then calls it sportsmanship. Nothing says fair play like pretending to be hurt while pocketing a win. Maybe next time, they'll fake a conscience instead.
Barnaby Joyce discusses with Pauline Hanson, sparks rumors of One Nation defection. Jumping from a sinking ship to a rowboat with a hole is less about survival and more about maintaining the thrill of impending doom.
Zelensky claims Ukrainian strikes restore Russian reality, as refineries face daily hits. When reality checks come, courtesy of missile strikes, it's a hard lesson in geography and geopolitics for the Kremlin's cartographers.
Google discovers bedbugs in Manhattan offices, then emails everyone to stay calm. When your search engine can't find a clean corner, maybe it's time to debug the office instead of the software.
Florida targets Roblox with criminal subpoenas, claims predator breeding ground. When the virtual playground turns into a legal battleground, it's less about justice for children and more about adults scrambling to cover their digital negligence.
Artists revive neon signs, then call it a renaissance. In an age obsessed with digital screens, glowing tubes remind us that sometimes light is best served with a side of nostalgia.
Gold and silver prices nosedive after rally, breaking records in reverse. When the market roller coaster drops, it's a free fall for investors clutching their precious metal parachutes, only to discover they're made of paper.
Afghan women's football team competes globally, banned at home. Stripped of their flag but not their spirit, these women dribble through political landmines. Proving resilience is the best offense when your homeland calls the shots from the sidelines.
Scientists link ultra-processed foods to brain rewiring and overeating. Turns out, your brain on junk food isn't just a catchy PSA. It's a literal rewiring project sponsored by your local snack aisle.
OpenAI unveils ChatGPT Atlas browser, claims revolution. In the land of cookies and cached secrets,
A browser that chats back might just be the perfect companion for your endless scroll through digital purgatory.
Only 10% of AI tools promise transformation, yet most just automate mediocrity. In 2025, your content might be AI generated, but your disappointment will remain stubbornly human.
Trump's approval rating rises unexpectedly despite GOP blamed for shutdown. Seems like the political world runs on the same logic as reality TV. Chaos breeds popularity, and the more absurd, the higher the ratings.
Amazon plans prescription vending machine, promises Eve. When your meds come with a side of snack machine nostalgia, just hope the Prozac doesn't get stuck next to the Snickers bar.
Laura Ingraham partners with Donald Trump Jr. in new venture, Ironic Dick, criticizing Hunter Biden for capitalizing on family connections while joining forces with the Trump brand is like complaining about rain while dancing in a monsoon.
Palomar Observatory links sky transients to nuclear tests, sparking conspiracy theorists' wildest dreams. When stars and bombs share a dance card, you know the universe has a twisted sense of humor.
European automakers face chip shortage, expect delays. When your high-tech car can't roll off the line because a microchip's on backorder, you know the future's running on empty promises.
Sick new World Festival lineup revealed for 2026 with System of a Down leading. Nostalgia cashes in as aging rockers reunite to scream about a world that's only gotten sicker while ticket prices climb faster than the climate crisis.
Democrats claim to expose Trump's weakness while his poll numbers remain unchanged. Like trying to find kryptonite in a pile of Cheetos dust. Good luck with that strategy, folks.
Sheep parade through Madrid, disrupt traffic, celebrate tradition. In a world where sheep rule the streets for a day, it's hard to tell if we're honoring heritage or just stuck in a traffic jam of nostalgia.
Cornelius remixes E Shall Never Kill E into a fan video that defies logic. When the remix outshines the original, it's like finding a diamond in a landfill only to realize it's cubic zirconia all along.
Aspiring musicians seek support, posts online plea for attention. In a world flooded with content, artists scream into the digital void, hoping for a lifeline, while algorithms decide who gets to be heard.
When the past sounds like a lecture and the future is a TikTok challenge, the real battle is convincing anyone to listen at all.
Scientists find disconnecting brain parts induces deep sleep, yet alarm clocks remain unfazed. Finally, a cure for insomnia that doesn't involve counting sheep or overdosing on lullabies.
Elder recounts Gaza's past resilience, doubts linger over future restoration. When your memories are stronger than the present, and hope is rationed like scarce medicine, it's hard to see beyond the rubble to a brighter horizon.
In the land of the free,
Only 20% of online content creators say they feel inspired, while algorithms call it engagement. Ah, the good old days when the web was a wild garden of creativity, not a monoculture farm of recycled memes and clickbait.
U.S. plans nuclear capacity expansion, lacks infrastructure support.
Court shields tech giants under Section 230 dismisses predator claims.
Britney Spears claims brain damage in mysterious post, fans left puzzled. When the pop princess speaks in riddles, it's either an avant-garde performance or a cry for help lost in a sea of emoji confusion.
Cybersecurity firms reveal Monster V2 malware can infiltrate systems undetected for months, calling it sophisticated.
Villa Park bans extreme Maccabi fans, citing violent history. When your fandom requires a police force larger than some armies, it's time to question if the beautiful game is worth the battlefield.
Inter Milan fans racially abuse player, then escape further penalties. Football's ugly side kicks back, as authorities play referee to a game of selective hearing and blind eyes, scoring own goals for justice.
Now, hate speech is the new freedom of expression, and being a historian is a dangerous occupation. Who knew academia needed a Kevlar vest?
Kashmira releases both worlds and fans discover it late. In a world of endless streams and digital noise, even the best riffs get lost in the algorithm shuffle, echoing unheard in the void.
Scientists uncover hidden gene potentially tripling wheat yields. In a world where bread lines stretch longer than attention spans, it's refreshing to think that the solution might be lurking in a mutant loaf.
Houthi rebels detain 20 UN staff, then claim cooperation. When your idea of diplomacy involves hostage-taking, it's no surprise the peace talks sound more like a hostage negotiation than a summit.
North Carolina GOP senator arrested for DWI claims he's still a champion of family values. Apparently, the road to conservative redemption is paved with breathalyzer tests and court dates. Who knew being under the influence meant political power?
Experienced thieves raid Louvre, steal priceless jewelry under noses of world-class security. When art and skill unite, even the most fortified institutions become mere jewelry boxes. Meanwhile, the Mona Lisa just keeps smirking.
Julio Rodriguez blasts home run. Mariners lead in third inning. When one swing sends the ball soaring and the Blue Jays' hopes plummeting, it's a reminder that baseball's a game of inches and egos.
Spotify drops new album Killed with zero fanfare, claims it's a silent killer. Nothing says chart-topping like an album that sneaks in and out of your playlist like a ghost in the night.
Ben Stiller claims comedy faces hurdles in today's political climate. When truth becomes a punchline and laughter is a risk, it's clear that reality's absurdity is the new comedic frontier.
In the age of oversharing, memoirs.
Meta's Instagram pushes harmful content to teens, then calls it a personalized experience. Because nothing says caring like serving up a side of trauma with your morning scroll.
Manulife strategist labels stock surge a junk rally while eyeing high-quality earnings. When the financial elite start calling their own game trash, you know the market's just another casino with fancier chips and fewer cocktails.
Erdogan's coalition HP pushes rejection of Cyprus vote, labels it divisive. In politics, rejecting votes is easier than confronting uncomfortable truths. The more things change, the more they stay stubbornly the same.
It's like hiring a bouncer who points at troublemakers but won't escort them out. Accountability is a ghost at this digital party.
No King's protests draw millions. Democratic opposition seeks next move against President Trump's policies.
Apple stock hits record high, solving nothing but Wall Street's appetite for profit. Because who needs a living wage when you've got a shiny stock portfolio to suit your existential dread?
Republicans demand Obamacare subsidies renewal, but reject Democrats' shutdown link.
Because who needs therapy when you've got a bass line that makes your soul vibrate like an overcaffeinated hamster?
Supreme Court debates if pot smokers can own guns because nothing says freedom like deciding which vice gets you disarmed. Apparently, the Founding Fathers forgot to include puff puff pass in the Second Amendment.
Griol versus Congress after Johnson delays her swearing in a political maneuver. When democracy's dance involves lawsuits over us, it's like a game of musical chairs with no music and too many chairs.
US and Australia sign rare earths deal to challenge China's hold on the market. It's like David and Goliath but with less slingshot and more paperwork. A geopolitical rock paper scissors game where the minerals are the real prize.
Trump administration faces another Nazi text scandal, proving once again that history repeats itself when you don't bother to read it.
Naomi Smith drops Wild Romance, an album in a sea of streaming noise. In an era where every playlist is a crowded room, the wildest romance is finding a song that actually makes you feel something.
New AI model detects fan trolling, but irony is it can't stop the trolls from claiming it's biased. It's like inventing a troll detector that trolls its own creators by accusing them of witch hunts.
Gold digger price plummets after hype claims it's still a golden opportunity. When every fool rushes for the gold, it turns out the real treasure was the friends we betrayed along the way.
Adults trick-or-treat in costume realize candy isn't the sweetest thing. When grown-ups knock for sugar, they discover the real scare is the reflection in the neighbor's disapproving eyes.
Erdogan's crackdown on opposition rattles Turkish markets, while stability was supposed to be the golden ticket. Turns out, investors don't love a strong man as much as they love a strong market.
Gene Chrétien warns Trump threatens democracy, claims expertise in spotting dictators. When a former prime minister calls you out, it's like being told off by history itself, except some folks still think it's just fake news.
Only 20% of jazz fans admit to loving smooth jazz, and Paul Hardcastle calls it a vibe. Smooth jazz. The oral equivalent of a hammock, gently swaying listeners into a coma of contentment.
Health officials report 3 severe pox cases, claim control with Joinias. When outbreaks happen, the spin is always handled, until it isn't, and then we're back to square one with a new strain.
Kenny Loggins slams Trump for using Danger Zone in AI video, calls it theft.
Firefighters save woman in wheelchair from drowning while southern Turkey swamps under a deluge. When the heavens pour, heroes roll in, proving that it's not just the rain that's unstoppable.
Speaker Johnson delays Epstein files vote. Swalwell calls him a pedophile protector. When delaying justice becomes an art form, some politicians paint themselves into a corner of infamy.
Zeit commissions Ai Weiwei's article, then refuses to publish it, proving irony is alive.
When your best escape plan is a mad dash through a minefield, you might want to reconsider your government's 5-year plan. Centrist victory sounds promising until you realize that centrist is often code for nothing changes but the face on the poster.
Rockets signed Kevin Durant with 2-year $90 million extension, hoping for gold. When your team's strategy revolves around one superstar's paycheck, it's just a matter of time before the bench becomes a folding chair.
US confirms swap. Argentine peso weakens to record low and bonds lose gains. When your economy's lifeline is a swap and not a solution, it's like putting a band-aid on a sinking ship.
Ley Lines drops Warm in the Storm, promising solace, then delivers 3 minutes of static. In the age of endless playlists, finding warmth feels like wrapping yourself in a wet blanket labeled soothing.
Keir Starmer criticised West Midlands police, now urged to apologise over Maccabi Tel Aviv fan ban. When politics becomes a game of who said sorry first, it's no wonder the pitch is always muddy with hypocrisy.
When your comedy career is on life support, nothing screams relevance like playing the martyr in your own tragic comedy.
Metropolitan Community Church unearthed hundreds of cassette tapes capturing a hidden slice of 90s gay life. It's like finding a mixtape of liberation, proving once again that the most vibrant histories are often buried beneath society's floorboards.
Flemish minister accuses Turkey of exploiting visa-free passports to flood Flanders with imams, then feigns surprise. When you can't manage your own borders, blaming others becomes the diplomatic equivalent of sticking your fingers in your ears and humming.
Hegseth restricts military communications with Congress, claims it enhances national security. When transparency becomes a casualty of war, you know someone's hiding more than just classified intel, probably their own incompetence or a secret affinity for censorship.
Ex-CIA Chief John Brennan faces criminal prosecution for Russiagate, becoming latest Trump foe in DOJ crosshairs. When justice becomes a game of political darts, everyone pretends the bullseye isn't just a moving target painted on someone's back.
Only 13% of TV shows featured diverse casts in 2012, and Hollywood called it progress. When the bar is set so low, you'd think they were trying to limbo under it.
IDF reinforces Gaza ceasefire after striking Hamas, claiming response to violations. Peace negotiations feel like hosting a dinner party where everyone brings grenades instead of dessert, but insists they're there to keep the peace.
Only 12% of new hip-hop tracks break 1,000 streams, and Young Dub D calls it a win. When success is measured in crumbs, the music industry's banquet table looks like a high school cafeteria. Aim higher, Young Dub D.
Trump eyes $230 million payout from Justice D. Tao, labeling it reimbursement for investigations. It's like demanding a refund from a restaurant because they caught you dining and dashing, then expecting a complimentary dessert for your trouble.
Only 8% of internet users know the cloud is in Virginia, and tech giants call it secure.
When your rent still costs a kidney, a 2% dip feels like a sale on luxury yachts.
S&P 500 rallies again, Play Inc. hits record earnings beat predictions. When trade tensions ease and iPhones sell like hotcakes, Wall Street's champagne corks pop while the rest of us sip tap water and watch the bubbles rise.
Greece proposes cooperation with Cyprus, Egypt, Turkey, and Libya, then reality checks in. When ancient rivals gather for a group hug, expect more backstabbing than handshakes, with enough political theater to make Shakespeare blush.
Portland ICE facility deploys tear gas on protesters, claiming it's crowd control. When No Kings meets All Cops, The air gets spicy and democracy takes a backseat.
Zohran Mamdani ascends, thanks to public financing, not charisma. When money talks, it usually drowns out democracy. But maybe this time it's whispering sweet nothings about fairness and accountability.
Trump administration dismisses millions protesting no kings, labels it a minor disturbance. When the people roar, the king plugs his ears and calls it a whisper. Ignorance isn't bliss, it's tyranny and denial.
Trump praises Australia, swipes at Rudd during White House meeting. Diplomacy by insult, the art of praising one ally while throwing shade at another, proving that tact isn't always a prerequisite for power.
South Africa revives nuclear reactor plant, calls it clean energy. In the land of sunshine, they're betting on atoms and gas instead of solar. Nothing like a little radioactive glow to light up the rolling blackouts.
EU mandates detachable USB-C cables for power bricks by 2028. Standardizing chaos. In 5 years, you'll know which cable to blame when your device doesn't charge. A small victory in the war on electronic spaghetti.
White House denies Trump will commute Diddy's sentence, calls rumors fake news. In a world where reality TV and politics are indistinguishable, who needs a script when the drama writes itself in real time?
Only 2% of ancient microbes revived, and scientists call it progress. Awakening ancient life forms to understand climate doom, because nothing says let's fix the future like resurrecting the past to haunt us.
UK MPs urge confrontation with royals over Prince Andrew's Epstein ties, demand accountability. When your family tree is more tangled than your legal defences, it's time to prune the dead wood before the roots rot the whole forest.
National Guard deploys to New Orleans by late November, says police superintendent. Must be nice when the cavalry arrives in time for Thanksgiving, because nothing says gratitude like martial law with a side of pumpkin pie.
AMD plans dual cache Ryzen 995X 3D2 with 192 megabytes of L3 cache, promises gaming nirvana. Because nothing says we care about gamers like more cache than a hoarder's basement while your electric bill skyrockets to match your FPS.
Family courts scrap outdated presumption, claim it protects children. Finally, a victory for kids over the two-parent tangle in family court. Maybe now they'll escape the dance of domestic dysfunction.
Amazon Web Services cripples Snapchat and other platforms because who needs reliable internet in a digital age?
Unmonitored JavaScript threatens holiday security. Experts warn of data breaches. 'Tis the season to be hacked, as festive code runs wild like an elf on a sugar high, leaving your data gift-wrapped for cybercriminals.
Australia's east braces for 40 degrees, calls it spring.
Only 12% of New Yorkers vote for Zohran Mamdani, and Democratic Socialists call it a revolution. When your political movement rides the wave of a dozen percent, it's like calling a splash tsunami.
Eye implant with glasses lets blind patients read, but costs skyrocket. Vision restored, wallets blinded. The miracle of sight now comes with a price tag that rivals a small luxury car.
JD Vance predicts Gaza true success, then heads to Netanyahu like a moth to a flame. A politician's optimism is like a band-aid on a bullet wound, comforting but hardly a cure.
When humanitarian help becomes a threat, you know the definition of aid has been lost in translation. All that's missing is the Orwellian dictionary.
Emerging markets chill while developed currencies spin, calling it financial yoga. It's like watching the hare trip while the tortoise finds zen unexpected, but the slow and steady win is still a shocker.
Senator Price ignored press release details and defamed CEO. Court hears. When facts are optional, integrity takes a holiday. A masterclass in how not to handle a PR crisis unfolds in the courtroom.
Hollywood stars split over Israel-Gaza ceasefire, and the drama is off-screen. When actors perform political gymnastics, the Oscars should hand out awards for most convincing performance in a role of global peacemaker.
Loose Teeth promises summer nostalgia, drops Halloween night, perfect for your autumn existential crisis. Get ready to feel wistful about sunburns and sand-filled shoes as you sip pumpkin spice and question your life choices.
Berkshire stock hits Golden Cross as Buffett eyes retirement. Wall Street's love letter to an aging oracle when charts predict a farewell tour, but the future remains as uncertain as ever.
Apple shares hit a record high, then your wallet sighs. Just when you thought you'd escaped the iPhone upgrade cycle, capitalism pulls you back in with the lure of slightly shinier pixels.
Prince's group aims for €1 billion takeover pot reinvents itself as canned capitalism. When your tuna cans bankroll hostile takeovers, it's less about feeding the masses and more about swallowing the competition whole.
NATO dismisses need for Article 5-like guarantee, then offers thoughts and prayers. Because when your neighbor's house is on fire, what they really need is a heartfelt wish and a brochure on how to build fireproof walls.
When melancholic melodies become a cathartic cash grab, music critics ponder if art truly imitates life.
Hydrogel pill claims weight loss magic, then leaves you to swallow diet culture whole. Because why confront systemic issues when you can pop a pill and pretend fullness is the same as fulfillment?
Trump promises peace sans tomahawks, then stirs the pot with a wink.
ChaosBot malware exploits Discord channels to hijack PCs, then claims innovation. When malware developers use popular platforms to wreak havoc, it's like putting lipstick on a pig and calling it revolutionary tech.
Egypt boosts oil product imports, then sells gas to pay debts. Turning energy into cash flow is the new magic trick, but who knew debt repayment could be a national sport?
When the EU's manufacturing sector shrinks, it's like watching a sinking ship claim it's just practicing underwater navigation.
John Brennan referred to DOJ for prosecution, then cue political popcorn. When ex-spooks face the spotlight, it's like watching a thriller unfold where the plot twist is the American justice system itself.
Bell Lab releases Atrophy, promises it's the song of the summer, but leaves listeners in existential dread. When your summer anthem makes you question the meaning of life, it's less about the beat and more about the philosophical breakdown.
Oil prices steady after 3-week drop, and traders call it optimism. In the geopolitical soap opera of trade, even a whiff of detente between superpowers is enough to make oil prices pause like a cliffhanger ending.
Grandparents invest in 529 plan, then watch tuition outpace savings. In the race between college cost and compound interest, it's like betting on a turtle against a cheetah with a jetpack.
Stone and Barrel hosts Summer Breeze Music Project, solving your Thursday night with a retro soundtrack. When life gives you a time machine back to the 60s through 80s, you take it, preferably with a cocktail in hand and a groove in your step.
Implant restores sight to 5 patients and the media calls it revolutionary. When the bar for success is set to better than total darkness, even a flicker of light gets a standing ovation.
Poland threatens arrest for Putin mid-flight, while Bulgaria rolls out the welcome mat. When airspace becomes a diplomatic minefield, it's less about geography and more about who's willing to play flight roulette with a global arrest warrant.
Officials target deep state while ignoring actual policy issues. When shadowboxing becomes the national pastime, expect the real problems to sit back and enjoy the show, untouched and unchallenged.
Israel kills 11 Palestinian family members. When oops becomes a foreign policy strategy, humanity's moral compass is spinning faster than a dreidel on double espresso.
Generative AI allegedly crafts new Halo games, including a Halo CE remake, and fans are skeptical. When your favorite game's next chapter is penned by an algorithm, expect plot twists that even a Spartan couldn't see coming, because who needs human creativity when you've got code?
Orkney Council promises all wind farm profits to local services, but construction hasn't started. When politicians promise all, it usually means some, and by some, they mean let's see if the wind even blows.
U.S. considers outsourcing economic data to Canada, claims efficiency. When your national strategy involves passing the calculator to your neighbor, Maybe it's time to question who's really running the numbers game.
America's top gun control group teaches gun use, while survivors rage at betrayal.
Trump nominee withdraws after racist texts surface. Senators reject him. When even those who thrive on controversy find your messages too toxic, it's a sign you're not just unfit for government, but possibly for polite society.
The Birthday Massacre releases Looking Glass, and synth rock fans are spellbound. In a world where autotune reigns supreme, the band proves that real instruments and haunting vocals can still shatter the mirror of mediocrity.
Eurovision's first edition was in 1955, now a global spectacle of glitter and geopolitical shade. From Switzerland's quaint beginnings to today's neon battleground, Eurovision proves even peace treaties need sequins and strategic voting.
Vanguard bets on Bojay hikes to flatten Japan's yield curve, ignoring political chaos. When profit margins are thicker than a politician's skin, who cares if the emperor's got no clothes?
FDA halts drug reviews amidst administration chaos, further delaying potential life-saving treatments. While the president tweets, the FDA stalls, leaving patients to wonder if bureaucracy is the deadliest disease of all.
Only 4 amino acids grant naked mole rats longevity, leaving Botox in the dust.
Trump administration escalates tariffs against China, yet lacks coherent strategy or clear objectives. In a game of global chess, the U.S. seems to have lost the board and is moving pieces on a high-stakes Ouija.
The Met unveils Jacqueline de Ribes exhibit featuring 60-year-old Yves Saint Laurent gown. As we ogle couture relics, the irony is palpable. The fashion world, ever obsessed with the new, celebrates its dusty past like a vintage wine.
OpenAI hires over 100 ex-bankers to automate junior roles, because AI needs the wisdom of those who crash the economy. Nothing says progress like using AI to replace human drudgery with machine drudgery, except now the machines won't even get a lunch break.
Nuggets signed rookie Christian Braun for 5 years at $125 million because basketball is now monopoly with real people. While we fork over cash for nosebleed seats, rookies roll in green like Scrooge McDuck, reminding us that talent inflation is the only kind that matters.
Private equity firm EQT targets collar and harbour vest for expansion.
Trump buys 1 million barrels to refill oil reserve because nothing screams energy independence like shopping for sales. When life gives you low prices, buy in bulk and pretend it's a strategic masterstroke, not a trip to the discount aisle.
In this global chess game,
Jon Bon Jovi joins thousands at Jersey Shore protests, claims no kings but crowns himself rock royalty. While chanting against Trump's policies, Bon Jovi reminds us that when it comes to rock, even protests need a frontman.
Investors yanked cash from CLO ETFs in largest outflow since April. Because who doesn't love a good financial panic? It's like the Titanic, but with more spreadsheets and less dignity. Watch the financial elite scramble for the lifeboats.
TikTok dodges questions about sharing user data with ICE, raising privacy alarms. When your dance moves become state secrets, it's clear the app isn't just for lip syncing, but also for lip service to surveillance.
Agnes Wanjiru's niece urges Labour to extradite ex-soldier as clock ticks on their power. After 13 years of silence, Labour's sudden interest feels less like justice and more like a ticking political stopwatch.
Congress preps for longest shutdown ever because who needs paychecks anyway? Bureaucratic brinkmanship has become the new spectator sport, with livelihoods as the chips and national well-being as collateral damage.
Astaroth Trojan hijacks GitHub infrastructure, evading multiple takedowns by authorities. When malware embraces collaboration tools better than your remote team, perhaps it's time to reconsider who's really agile in this digital arms race.
Marco Rubio allegedly betrayed drug gang informants to secure an El Salvador prison deal, because loyalty is so last season in politics. When your political strategy reads like a mobster's playbook, it's time to reconsider your career choices, Marco.
Precious metals plunge as stock rally sputters, defying predictions of endless growth.
Only 5% of rock bands break through the noise, and the Cans calls it a win.
Jason Clarke sells LA home for $3 billion. Forget red carpets, it's all about red tape and flag slashes now. It's even celebrities can't escape the clutches of this dead reality.
Protests chant no kings, but shutdown lingers, political gridlock unmoved. Turns out, shouting into the void doesn't magically transform stubborn lawmakers into cooperative public servants who knew democracy needed more than catchy slogans. When memes meet manifestos, no amount of spin can save a campaign from the digital skeletons lurking in the closet.
Israel deports 32 activists aiding Palestinian farmers.
then calls it security. When you're uprooting olive trees and activists, it seems the only thing being planted is another season of unrest. Peace isn't a crop you can harvest with a bulldozer.
White House demolition starts for Trump ballroom, irony not lost. Building a ballroom amidst the ruins of a presidency is a fitting metaphor for a legacy that dances on the edge of demolition. Tornado suspected near Paris, Marineland's whales could face grim fate.
China mimics U.S. trade tactics, turning the tables in their ongoing trade war, because who doesn't love a little poetic justice with their import tariffs? When the student becomes the master, expect a showdown where hypocrisy is the main currency and irony the only export.
Kohler Dakota, smart toilet camera checks stool for gut health, privacy flushed. When your toilet knows you better than your doctor, it's time to question if the future of healthcare is just a bit too invasive.
Harper Lee's lost stories showcase her wit and depth, proving even literary legends have skeletons in their typewriters. Turns out Mockingbird wasn't just a fluke, it was a sneak preview. Plot twist, the muse never left the building.
Only 40% of grandparents create college funds, and banks call it foresight. Why not start a fund in their name, but teach them that the real wealth is questioning a system where education costs more than a house? By the time they're adults, they might just be investing in change, not just stocks.
Ilya Malinsky's To Prince of Persia music makes ice his kingdom. When figure skating turns into a real-life video game, it's proof that even the ice can't escape the clutches of digital nostalgia.
Swiss buyout titans push to block EU deal, ruling money talks louder than diplomacy. In the land of neutrality, cash apparently holds more sway than compromise. Who needs treaties when you've got titans?
David Geffen's estranged husband drops lawsuit, but the divorce drama dances on. When a billionaire's romance unravels, even the legal system takes a back seat. Who knew love could be so litigious?
COP2v1 ends with informal agreements. Two biggest polluters celebrate. When the world's fate is decided like a potluck dinner, you know we're just bringing appetizers to a 5-alarm fire.
Gaza's waste crisis explodes while ceasefire remains in name only. When your streets look like a landfill, it turns out peace is just another word for hold your breath and hope.
Hackers claim possession of personal data on thousands of NSA and government officials, call it a public service. Because nothing screams transparency like cyber vigilantes exposing secrets. Maybe next they'll release a cookbook with recipes for chaos and side dishes of anarchy. Bon appetit, Big Brother.
Only 11% of garage bands hit the mainstream, and Trevor and the Joneses call it a journey. When your biggest gig is your mom's basement, alternative is just code for underground, literally.
Lara Trump books Tom MacDonald for TPUSA halftime, then claims it's about music, not politics. When your stage is a political rally, your encore is just a feedback loop of echo chamber applause.
Delhi air quality hits hazardous levels after Diwali fireworks, calls it tradition.
In a dazzling display of self-sabotage, Delhi lights up the night sky and chokes on its own celebration. Who knew cultural heritage could be so suffocating?
JD Vance meets Netanyahu, hails Gaza ceasefire, then warns of very, very tough task ahead.
Trump releases video promising eternal presidency, raises eyebrows. When your retirement plan includes ruling forever, you might be confusing democracy with a bad reality TV spin-off, starring you as the immortal host.
Because nothing screams practicality like strapping a mini fortress to your finger.
Trump faces no king's protests in NYC as military crackdowns and revenge indictments escalate nationwide. When your presidency feels like a Shakespearean tragedy, expect the streets to echo with no kings.
Electric vehicles now aging like smartphones. Planned obsolescence in overdrive. When your car needs a software update. More than an oil change. You're just one glitch away from owning a very expensive paperweight on wheels.
Meta launches climbing gear at $500, claims it's revolutionary. Because nothing says I love rock climbing like overpriced gadgets from a company that thinks scaling a wall is just a metaphor for market dominance.
When the winds of profit shift, even the giants of oil must learn to sail in stormy financial seas or risk capsizing.
Rage Against the Machine sold 30 million records, then capitalism co-opted their rebellion anthem. When the revolution is on a playlist between corporate jingles, did the machine really lose any power?
Hamas delivers 2 bodies to Israel claiming they're dead hostages. In a macabre twist, the exchange of lifeless hostages becomes a grim transaction where human tragedy is reduced to political barter.
Chinese firm unveils plan for world's largest wind turbine, competitors falter. When rivals flop, the winds of change blow favorably for those who dare to dream bigger, or perhaps just build taller monuments to hubris.
UK unveils Australian nuclear warhead progress, claiming it enhances peace. Because nothing says peaceful intentions quite like a shiny new nuclear warhead. It's like promoting fire safety by handing out flamethrowers.
UN experts label US strikes on Venezuelan boats as extrajudicial executions, and Trump calls it keeping the peace. When peacekeeping means blowing up boats, it seems the US prefers its diplomacy with a side of gunpowder.
Primalend declares bankruptcy after default, creditors left in the lurch. Subprime dreams have a way of crushing spectacularly, like a house of cards built on high-interest fantasies and the hopes of those already drowning in debt.
Broncos defeat Giants 33-32 with a last-second field goal after being scoreless for 3 quarters. Looks like the Broncos took the scenic route to victory, proving that procrastination is an art form, even in football.
Herd's chat is like blaming the rain for wet shoes, ignoring the fact he's the one dancing in the puddles.
Engineer proposes JavaScript trust boost ignores distribution chaos. Trusting JavaScript is like trusting a fox with a chicken coop. No matter how tight the security, the loopholes are always lurking, waiting to pounce.
Trump warns Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid will disappear, then offers tax cuts for billionaires. He's like a magician, but instead of pulling rabbits from hats, he makes safety nets vanish while billionaires get the grand prize.
Like a magician dropping his cards, AMD's confidential computing trick is undone by a bite-sized blunder. Tel Aviv Derby axed amid chaos, 9 arrests follow. In a world where sports are meant to unite, it seems the only thing kicking off was a riot, leaving fans with more bruises than goals.
China breaks SML lithography machine during reverse engineering, calls it research. When your high-tech heist turns into a high-priced jigsaw puzzle, maybe it's time to leave the espionage to the pros.
Brazilian coffee stocks hit 5-year low and prices spike like caffeine on Monday morning. It's the war's cruelest irony. Just when you need coffee the most, prices soar like your heart rate after 3 espressos.
New York City reports 104 students calls it a record. With numbers like these, maybe it's time we redefine land of opportunity to include the opportunity to sleep on a subway bench.
When the radio spins, it's clear. Nobody's lonesome for the tunes that paved the honky-tonk highway.
Trump labels Colombia's Petro a drug dealer, then U.S. bombs another boat.
North Carolina Senate redraws districts to secure Republican House seat. Democracy gets a facelift, but it's more like plastic surgery gone wrong, when the aim is to carve out a political monopoly.
Quantum crystals promise tech revolution, then electrons get overworked like interns during crunch time. If electrons had a union, they'd demand a raise for holding up the universe. Instead, they're just the unpaid interns of the quantum world, sparking revolutions with no benefits.
Ferrari shares hit record low in October. Analysts claim newfound optimism. When your stock tanks faster than a lead-footed supercar, just slap on a luxury label and watch the analysts spin donuts of delusion.
Sweden announces Zelensky visit for defense export deal. When peace talks are packaged with a side of weapons, it feels like ordering a salad and getting fries. Heartburn's inevitable.
Demon opens JP Morgan's multi-billion-dollar HQ, calls it a beacon of sustainability. Nothing says green revolution like a skyscraper-sized monument to capitalism, where the only thing higher than the floors is the irony.
San Francisco resident halts Waymo's dead-end detours with an orange cone and a sign. In a city known for tech innovation, it's comforting to see old-school traffic control. Next step, maybe a moat and some alligators?
Love and rockets bill themselves as haunted when the minutes drag, then time laughs in their face by crawling slower than a snail on a lazy Sunday. In the rock and roll universe, every minute feels like an eternity, especially when you're haunted by the ghosts of 80s hair and existential dread.
Chris Brown denies helping Kevin McCall, citing past threats against his family. When karma comes calling, even the rich and famous can find themselves in a reality show nobody wants to watch. The consequences of your own actions.
Only 20% of Epstein's enablers face charges, and the justice system calls it progress. While the brother of an accuser speaks out, the elite continue their game of hide and seek, leaving justice gasping for breath.
A contract that never was baffles Everglades project. Then scientists wonder if reality's just a mirage in a swampy courtroom. In the grand tradition of bureaucratic Houdinis, the Everglades saga proves contracts can vanish faster than an airboat at full throttle.
U.S. Special Forces sink 7 boats near Venezuela, raising eyebrows and tensions. When your foreign policy involves turning the Caribbean into a naval graveyard, maybe it's time to reconsider your definition of diplomacy, unless you're auditioning for a new Pirates of the Caribbean sequel.
Indonesia transforms Lombok into Bali 2.0, sacrificing laid-back vibes for tourist dollars. When paradise becomes a theme park, expect surfboards to double as selfie sticks and tranquility to be auctioned off to the highest bidder with a camera.
Sonic Wall VPN breach hits over 100 accounts and experts call it a wake-up slap. In the grand cyber heist, your data's the prize, and the hackers just found a key under the doormat.
Trump targets Venezuela with strikes. Underneath the anti-narcotics narrative, it's a geopolitical poker game with Beijing, and we are all the chips on the table.
North Carolina Republicans evade town halls as Trump opposition swells, leaving constituents in the dark. When elected officials hide from their voters, democracy gets ghosted, and accountability becomes just another ghost story nobody believes anymore.
Bank of England warns of collapse, ignores own role in economic chaos. Nothing rings alarm bells quite like a financial institution pretending it didn't help set the whole house on fire in the first place.
Trump brands Colombia's Petro an illegal drug dealer, then cuts all US aid to the country. Diplomacy? More like a wrecking ball in a china shop, breaking alliances like they're made of porcelain and bravado.
US IT systems flop, draining at least $40 billion during COVID, steady fines. When tech goes belly up, taxpayer dollars vanish faster than a politician's promise, and the IT sector laughs all the way to the bank.
Trump faces no king's protest, claims monarchy is fake news. When your democracy needs a reminder it's not a feudal system, it's probably time to rethink your leadership choices.
S&P 500 erases gains, big tech blames gravity for stock slump. When the market roller coaster leaves you queasy, maybe it's time to question if Wall Street's track is missing a few screws.
Critics dismiss one battle after another as left-wing propaganda, then admit it's just a movie about common decency. When empathy becomes radical, you know the world's gone as topsy-turvy as a kaleidoscope in a hurricane.
French frigate hosts drug bonanza, tons seized in Spanish port of A Coruña. When the Navy moonlights as a smuggler, it's hard to tell if they're defending the seas or just expanding their side hustle.
Woman torches apartment block with DIY flamethrower, claims cockroach was the real arsonist. When pest control becomes a pyrotechnic performance, maybe it's time we reevaluate our DIY ambitions before they go up in smoke.
When billionaires flirt with extremists, it's less about free speech and more about testing the limits of public tolerance for their digital dalliances.
Debt investors reject GDP warrants and demand more predictable profits. When gambling on a country's economic future, some investors prefer roulette to the risky business of reality.
ICE raids Chinatown for counterfeit goods, sparks protests over the real counterfeit human rights. When the government plays dress up as justice, the costume looks suspiciously like oppression, and the streets fill with people who see through the charade.
Vietnam stocks drop 5%, fear credit markets squeeze. When stock markets wobble on whispers, it's a stark reminder that economic stability is often as fragile as a politician's promise.
Swiss PE billionaires sabotage EU deal, call it progress. When the ultra-rich play politics, every deal looks suspiciously like a game of Monopoly, with the rest of us stuck as mere pawns.
Federal Reserve proposes smaller capital hikes for big banks, defying past reform pledges. Apparently, too big to fail now includes the risk of Wall Street's champagne fountains running dry.
Oregon Democrats resist as court backs Trump on Portland troops. In a classic game of who's really in charge, the court's decision just adds another layer to the circus of political posturing.
When the president starts messing with rainbow flags, it's clear he's colorblind to equality. Arlington, don't let history repeat itself in black and white.
Louvre heist leaves priceless artifacts uninsured, highlighting a monumental oversight. Who needs insurance when you can rely on the power of wishful thinking and a few good security guards, right?
AI exposes flaws in web applications, and nobody's surprised. The real shocker? We've been relying on digital duct tape and crossed fingers to hold together the fragile mosaic of our online world.
U.S. House panel subpoenas Bill Clinton for Epstein probe, hoping to unravel past connections. When the ghosts of private jets and private islands come knocking, even ex-presidents can't avoid turbulence. Clinton might need more than a good lawyer this time.
Royal aides suggest solving Andrew's problem could clear William's path to the throne, but the scandal sticks like royal glue.
Glamrock band unveils The Last Dinner Party, claiming it's a killer hit.
Marco Rubio betrays drug gang informants, then signs El Salvador prison deal. Trading lives for political points, just another day in the office when morality is as fluid as a politician's handshake.
Trump orders partial demolition of White House's East Wing for $250 million ballroom, while homelessness rises. A ballroom fit for a king, or a president with delusions of grandeur, while the streets are paved with broken promises.
Saudi Arabia woos Macquarie and Reinhardt for Australia deals, calls it strategic. When your oil reserves can't fund your ambitions, just pivot to mining someone else's backyard and call it economic diversification.
US government shutdown nears fourth week and treasuries somehow thrive because nothing fuels investor confidence like a government too dysfunctional to turn off the lights.
Nothing says we're ready for peace talks like a little nuclear saber rattling to warm up the diplomatic muscles.
When you're a former president with a flair for drama, just invoice the justice system and hope they accept monopoly money.
Cardi B's Enough gets a drama remix, promises zero new drama. Turning up the bass on Enough to drown out the sound of recycled beats and overhyped remixes. Dance floor meet deja vu.
FTC erases AI posts, calls it transparency.
Pentagon restricts military Congress communications, preaches transparency. Because nothing says open government like gag orders on those who defend democracy.
China's central bank dangles bond candy, then blames trade tantrums for the sugar high. When monetary policy becomes the economic equivalent of a pacifier, it's time to wonder who's really getting soothed, markets or egos.
Federal agents storm Canal Street, seize knockoffs. When your cheap handbag gets a SWAT team escort, remember it's not just fashion, it's a felony waiting to accessorize your criminal record.
Because nothing screams law and order like handcuffing a senior citizen dressed as genitalia at a protest.
Israel seals Gaza, borders trapping visa-holding Palestinians, while Australia offers little more than distant sympathy. When your visa's more like a mirage and borders become bars, home and away sounds less like a soap opera and more like a cruel punchline.
Prosecutors accuse former deputy of killing Sonia Massey, deny defense claims. When the badge flips to the wrong side of the law, justice demands a trial, not a cover-up, and definitely not a handshake deal.
Brother traumatizes nephew with rite of passage. Now child sleeps with lights on and wife demands justice.
Israel strikes Gaza and halts aid, claiming Hamas broke truce. Because nothing reinforces peace like a barrage of missiles and cutting off humanitarian aid to civilians.
It's always a thrill when bureaucracy stalls public safety, leaving the iconic trams as stationary art installations rather than transport, because who needs urgency when nobody's moving?
University of Barcelona discovers 332 Antarctic canyons, claims it will revolutionize climate change understanding. While the world melts, scientists uncover more places for icebergs to hide. Who knew the secret to climate change lay in underwater real estate?
Only 13% of accused witches survived European trials, and the church called it justice. Centuries later, the witch hunt spirit thrives, now with social media mobs replacing pitchforks. Progress means we just burn reputations instead of bodies.
Only 30% of family business ties end well, and firing your brother-in-law is like defusing a bomb with a rubber chicken. When family and finances mix, expect emotional landmines. Next time, hire an advisor with less baggage and fewer holiday dinner obligations.
Interstate 5 closure ignites fury and chaos. Officials admit zero coordination. Nothing screams efficient governance like a major highway shutdown, with all the planning of a last-minute potluck, leaving drivers simmering in a stew of exhaust and exasperation.
China imposes new tariffs on American goods, then blames the US for economic instability. It's a trade war tango where each side steps on the other's toes, but the world pays the price for their clumsy dance.
IXM announces CEO Ives' departure after 3 years, cites no reasons. In the corporate world, 3 years might as well be a lifetime, especially when your boss is a massive Chinese conglomerate.
Nobel laureates predict Nvidia's decline, then call it a victory for market diversity.
Only 50% of couples talk openly about sex, and your husband's new move is like a surprise pop quiz with no right answers. Communication is key, but so is comfort. It's time for a candid chat before your bedroom becomes a circus of unwanted acrobatics.
Eric Liu wins Chopin competition, then plays encore to silence the doubters. In a world where talent often bows to spectacle, Liu reminds us that true artistry needs no pyrotechnics, just a piano and a pulse.
Biden's McNally predicts gas prices dropping to $2 range nationally, warns of future surge. Just when you thought you could afford a road trip, they hint at a crude steepener like it's a secret menu item at the economic drive-thru. Rifo Ramirez decrees immigration crackdown, then Congress debates shutting down the government.
It's a page torn from the dystopian handbook. While one hand builds walls, the other fumbles with the nation's wallet, threatening to lock the doors to democracy.
EU regulators delay deforestation laws. By months, traders celebrate with cocoa-fueled stockpiling. It's the sweet taste of profit over planet, proving once again that the only thing richer than chocolates is corporate greed.
Trump's AI response to No King's rally mocks protest, blurs lines between parody and spectacle. When the digital age meets old-school authoritarianism, the result is a theater of absurdity where the punchline is democracy itself, and the audience is left wondering if it's all just a bad joke.
When your playbook starts sounding like a dictator's bedtime reading, it's time to wake up and smell the irony before the ink dries on our freedoms.
When your family calls the cops on you, it's a sign you shouldn't be allowed near firearms or boarding gates.
When Soul gets sidelined for synthesized autotune, you know it's time to crank up the volume on genuine talent before the static drowns us all.
Thailand predicts $3 $1 billion loss from Cambodia dispute, claims it's manageable. When borders turn into bargaining chips, the only winners are the arms dealers counting their profits while the common folks are left counting their losses.
Europe reacts to Trump's call with Putin, meets Zelensky, claims urgency. When diplomacy becomes a game of telephone, it's a wonder anyone remembers the original message, let alone acts on it before it's too late.
Taylor Swift embraces conservative, chic swap sequence for sensible skirts, claims it's edgy. When your reinvention is a reboot of your grandma's wardrobe, it's less revolution, more retro regression.
Ineos bond underperforms, yet CEO buys another yacht. When your financial strategy's as stable as a chemistry set in a hurricane.
Hong Kong cargo plane crashes. 2 security workers die. Chaos ensues. In a place known for efficiency, even the most choreographed dance can end with a tragic misstep, leaving the audience stunned and grieving.
Rand Paul denounces Venezuelan boat bombings as inappropriate, yet Congress remains silent. When your biggest critique is a vocabulary lesson, maybe it's time to check your moral compass, Rand.
UN promises change at COP30, but emissions keep rising. The climate summit is like an annual New Year's resolution. Lots of big words and little action as the planet sweats in anticipation of another broken promise.
Zephaniah Aura releases new single, calls it a country classic. High-class city girl from the country is a toe-tapping anthem for the urban cowboy, blending nostalgia with a side of rhinestone rebellion.
NFTs promise digital ownership then deliver overpriced JPEGs. In the theater of absurdity, nothing screams modern art like paying millions for a pixelated monkey while the rest of us just scroll in disbelief.
Because nothing says national security like a narrowly defined no-fly zone for tech-savvy sparrows.
MLA debuts new single, promises hope in 3 minutes. Don't Give Up on Us is the musical equivalent of a pep talk, doling out optimism like a vending machine with a heart.
Fake Nathri package steals crypto keys, then blames homoglyph trick. It's a classic tale of cyber deception, where even your wallet's keys need a lock, while the developers play a high-stakes game of spot the difference. FTC deletes several AI blog posts, and transparency evaporates under pressure.
Florida Attorney General subpoenas Roblox over child safety, a virtual playground under scrutiny. Because what better way to protect kids than questioning a digital sandbox while ignoring the real-world bullies in office?
Louvre Museum reopens after $102 million jewel heist, then questions security. When priceless art gets a price tag, it's time to rethink the value of a good lock, or at least a better alarm system.
When fiction becomes the GOP's reality, you know the galaxy's gone far, far away from common sense.
BNP Paribas warns energy transition pace at risk, despite claiming progress is steady. With sustainability now a game of slow and steady won't win, it seems the only transition happening is from urgency to complacency.
Men's sperm becomes more dangerous with age due to hidden genetic evolution. Turns out, the fountain of youth is more like a leaky faucet, dripping mutations that make fatherhood a genetic gamble with every passing year.
Trump hosts NATO chief after Putin meeting collapses, proposing freezing battle lines in Ukraine. Because nothing screams peace like pausing a war at halftime and calling it a diplomatic victory.
Hayden Zablodny conquers Red Bull Rampage, but only 3 people know what it means. In a world where adrenaline is currency, Zablodny's gravity-defying stunt is the closest thing we have to a fiscal cliff.
Amazon chops down 100,000 trees to pave a road for COP30 climate conference. Nothing says, let's save the planet, like bulldozing a swath of the lungs of Earth to make room for climate crusaders in gas-guzzling motorcades.
An Israeli detention survivor returns home, finds Gaza and family in ruins. When your welcome home party includes rubble and tears, perhaps it's time to redefine what Homeland Security means.
UK watchdog forces Apple and Google to change smartphone operations, claiming strategic market status.
When the highlight of your race day is a hospital pit stop, it might be time to rethink your career in high-speed bumper cars.
Key of Eyes buying 100 to 150 Swedish SAB Gripen E jets calls it a defensive move. Because nothing screams peace like a shopping spree for fighter jets, proving once again that the best defense is a good offense with a hefty price tag.
Vance praises Gaza, peace deal progress, ignores weekend violence. Optimism in politics is like painting over rust. It looks shiny for a moment, but the decay is just waiting to break through.
When your administration's motto is see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, it's less about governance and more about a primate exhibit.
Sarkozy starts prison term. Supporters claim he's not a criminal. Apparently, the real crime is getting caught, while the rich and powerful often find that justice is just another inconvenient appointment on their busy schedules.
Only 12% of folk songs chart, and the Nakuri sisters call it a breakthrough. When your anthem is Without You, it might just be a love letter to those elusive top 40 playlists.
NBA opens with Rockets versus Thunder. Shai and Durant steal spotlight. The league's money machine whirs to life, where talent is the bait and our attention the catch, all wrapped in $1 billion bow.
Amazon's DNS outage crippled half the web, then called it resolved by Monday afternoon. When one company's hiccup leaves the world gasping, maybe it's time to ask why our digital lifelines are held by a single corporate grip.
Environment Agency grants harsher fines for sewage, but prosecutions remain scarce. When the punishment is a slap on the wrist and a wink, it's hard not to think the environment's real enemy wears a suit and a smirk.
Because nothing says relaxing night out, like cramming into a packed venue hoping your favourite song isn't drowned out by someone else's karaoke dreams.
Russia ships oil to India despite global tensions, TASS reports, fueling the fire of geopolitics with a slick of crude because nothing says diplomacy like an oily handshake in the shadow of sanctions.
Pew finds lower-income parents report more happiness than middle-class defying expectations. Turns out, the less you have, the more you appreciate what truly counts, proving once again that money can't buy joy, just a fancier brand of stress.
F5 breached exposing vulnerabilities because who needs security when you can have chaos? Maybe we should just replace our passwords with our deepest fears. At least then we'd all be on the same insecure page.
Kai Jae-ju unleashes Monster Mind, promises sonic destruction for free. Perfect for when you want to drown out the world's chaos with a tsunami of riffs, because sometimes the only thing louder than your problems is a monster rock anthem.
Anthony Albanese flies to Washington, D.C., meeting Trump amid global climate chaos. Because nothing says addressing the climate crisis like a cross-continental flight to shake hands with the world's leading climate change denier.
Redditor drops a track, calls it the next big thing. Another day, another aspiring artist, hoping to break through the noise with a YouTube link and a dream. Because nothing screams originality like asking strangers to listen to your music.
CBO Global Markets plans to extend hours. In the quest for relentless profit, SIBO turns night into day, because dreams are for the weak and money never sleeps.
Sangorian court acquits 3 women, defying charges of illegal procession. Turns out, walking while supporting a cause isn't quite the crime it was made out to be, unless you're in the business of policing opinions instead of sidewalks.
Trump administration seeks to dissolve order blocking National Guard in Portland, claiming peace through force. Because nothing screams land of the free like sending troops to silence the people's voices in a city known for its protests.
Australian tropical forests become net carbon source, while Earth system models promised us more trees, not carbon confetti. Mother Nature just filed for a change of address and sent a "Do Not Disturb" sign to the climate optimists.
High yields on Nigerian debt sustain demand, defying inflation's gradual decline. When your currency's stability feels like the last chair in musical chairs, investors cling to anything that doesn't dance away with the music.
Only 30% of monarchists see irony in no king's protests, while the rest clutch pearls and teacups. When your ruling class has more crowns than clues, expect a few revolutions to sip alongside their Earl Grey.
Afghanistan and Pakistan agree to ceasefire after Doha talks brokered by Qatar and Turkey. Who knew it only took a week of brutal clashes and a little Qatari charm to get old foes to play nice?
TV quiz show 21 rigged winners sparked scandal, Congress intervened 1950s style. When even Congress gets involved, you know the cheating's gone mainstream. Imagine the irony of lawmakers lecturing on fair play while dodging their own ethical landmines.
Russian military's rail link to St. Petersburg explodes near NATO border, and the Kremlin blames a bad case of track indigestion.
Two men arrested over Ian Watkins' death, despite him already serving 29 years for child sex offences. When your legacy is a train wreck, even your demise comes with a police escort.
Louvre director admits terrible failure after €88 million jewel heist in broad daylight. When art security is as effective as a screen door on a submarine, you wonder if the real masterpiece is the audacity of the thieves.
U.S. naval and special forces amass off Venezuela, citing freedom as their mission. Because nothing screams liberty like a good old-fashioned military build-up off someone else's coastline, right?
When Uncle Sam's budget tantrum holds your paycheck hostage, the American dream starts to look like a cruel joke.
NASA broadcasts a comet forming rings, proving even ice can put on a better show than Congress.
Obama to campaign with Abigail Spanberger, preaching unity at Virginia rally. The classic political duet, one part nostalgia, one part hope, and a dash of please remember the good old days.
King Gizzard yanks 27 albums off Spotify, claiming free will as their rallying cry. When your protest playlist includes military tech divestment, you know the revolution's gone digital and the only algorithm left is the one that counts on human decency.
Governor Newsom mocks Trump using an 80s Wendy's ad, proving irony is still on the menu. While Newsom serves up nostalgia with a side of sass, Trump's team is left wondering if they should supersize their comebacks.
The 6 best VPN services promise privacy for $72 a year, but your data still gets sold at the clearance rack. In a world where privacy is a luxury, VPNs are the new velvet rope. You pay for the illusion of exclusivity while big tech watches from the VIP lounge.
When your biggest investor jumps ship, it's less about market strategy and more about a sinking feeling that even reruns can't fix.
Anwar Ibrahim claims trade deal with US is 99.9% resolved despite Trump's tariff tantrum. 99.9% resolved, like a soap opera cliffhanger, just begging for a dramatic twist in the final scene.
Silver Fox expands Winos 4.0 attacks to Malaysia yet calls it a friendly gesture. When a malware campaign is named after a cuddly critter, you know the tech world's gone mad. It's like calling a hurricane breezy.
Former NFL star Doug Martin dies at 36, cause unknown, family asks for privacy. In a league where players are legends and statistics, the silence around his passing speaks louder than any stadium cheer ever could.
Jewish figures demand UN sanction Israel, citing Gaza actions as unconscionable genocide. When even your own family stages an intervention, it's time to reconsider your role in the global soap opera.
Only 5% of child soldiers receive asylum, and the US calls it compassion. When your sanctuary has a revolving door, you're less a refuge and more a bureaucratic blender.
Carolyn Leavitt receives Secret Service detail. White House claims it's due to increased threats. In a world where press secretaries need bodyguards, it's clear the real threat isn't just the questions they dodge, but the truths they might accidentally reveal.
Marjorie Taylor Greene demands Johnson cut healthcare, then claims it's for freedom. When your health is held hostage by ultimatums, the Hippocratic Oath becomes a hostage negotiation script.
Starmer appoints Louise Casey to grooming inquiry after 4 survivors quit panel. When survivors exit faster than a politician's promise, you know the inquiry isn't about listening but about damage control.
Paris Museum loses 1.5 million euros of gold, and the thief calls it a field trip. When life gives you golden nuggets, some just redefine souvenir shopping with a crowbar and a getaway plan.
Ceasefire resumes after airstrikes. Israel claims aid transfers will restart. In the theater of geopolitics, every truce is just an intermission between acts of aggression, where promises of aid are the applause that never quite reaches the stage.
Bobat's release Rise music video, and the beat calls it revolution. when rhythms become rallying cries. Hip-hop transforms from mere beats to the soundtrack of a movement, demanding more than just a toe tap.
Only 14% of Americans speak a second language, and they call it multiculturalism. Learning Italian from afar is like dating through a screen, all the romance, none of the real-world connection.
OpenAI relaxed ChatGPT guardrails before teen suicide, family alleges negligence. When tech companies play fast and loose with human lives, they call it innovation. When people suffer the consequences, they call it a tragedy.
JPM Morgan strategist claims 8% earnings growth is meaningful, ignores economic disparity. While Wall Street celebrates marginal gains, the average worker wonders why their paycheck still looks like it's been on a diet.
United Airlines offers Starlink Wi-Fi, charges sky-high prices. In-flight internet finally lifts off, but the only turbulence you'll feel is in your wallet as browsing the clouds comes at a premium price.
French stocks hit record high, then reality bites. Nothing like a little political chaos and debt anxiety to make those earnings feel as stable as a souffle in a storm.
Trump warns of economic doom, clings to tariffs as lifeline. The former reality star's latest plot twist, keeping tariffs as his golden ticket, claiming catastrophe if they're axed, while American consumers foot the bill.
Diplomacy takes a backseat when personal grudges lead the charge, proving once again that international relations are just high-stakes reality TV.
Keira Knightley endured paparazzi abuse, then became her own fortress. When predators shout and dignity stands still for 5 hours, who's really the whore in this story?
Trump backs Argentine beef imports, enrages ranchers post-bailout.
Florida politician demands mass deportation of Indians, faces fierce backlash. When xenophobia runs for office, expect a playbook of division, denouncement, and delusion, serving nothing but a cheap cocktail of fear and ignorance.
Arizona AG and Grijalva Sioux House demand long-delayed swearing-in. Like a high-stakes game of bureaucratic Jenga, the House's delay has turned democracy into a spectator sport, leaving voters and Grijalva in political limbo.
Barclays predicts $25 billion muni space bonds, calls it progress. Because nothing says fiscal responsibility like betting your city's future on a cosmic gamble endorsed by a reality TV president.
Germany orders 20 new Eurofighters, calls it air superiority. As if 20 shiny jets will make up for the existential dread of climate change. But hey, at least they'll look good doing nothing.
Washington plans to buy 1 million barrels of oil, prices still near 5-month low. Even as they juggle barrels like magic tricks, the supply-demand illusion fails to mask the reality of a planet bled dry for short-term gain.
Nothing like
Robusto trades shares for survival, banks cheer. When the auto industry's future is as clear as a windshield in a mudslide, you know it's time to trade stock for a lifeboat.
When diplomacy fails, nothing screams, wake up, like turning crude oil dreams into refined nightmares.
Neymar dazzles on the pitch, but the shadow of Ronaldo and Messi looms large. His legacy teeters between brilliance and what might have been, like a fireworks show that somehow ends with a whimper instead of a bang.
Trump slaps tariffs on trucks and buses, claiming it's about American jobs. Because nothing says protecting the working class like making their transportation more expensive.
Only 16% of Titans games end in victory, and they call it a rebuilding year. When your team's record looks like a binary code for ouch, maybe it's time to reboot the playbook instead of the excuses.
FDA approves blood tests for Alzheimer's at 98% accuracy, but only when ruling out cases. It's like saying your umbrella is 98% effective if you're not in a storm.
New Appalachian sound revives folk with a gritty edge, defying expectations. It's like finding a banjo in a mosh pit. Traditional melodies wrestle with raw, unpolished energy, leaving purists clutching their pearls and tapping their feet.
When diplomatic dance-offs fail, it's always civilians left to pay the bloody ticket price.
NVIDIA CEO praises Trump tariffs, claims they sparked an AI industrial revolution. When tariffs are the secret ingredient in your so-called industrial revolution, maybe we're confusing progress with a self-inflicted tech tax.
Bon Jovi announces tour despite doubts starting July 7th. It's a rock resurrection or a vocal gamble. Either way, fans will cheer as they cling to nostalgia and hope those chords hold out for one more chorus.
Researchers identified passive neuron keys using neurospeak and neural executor malware, proving once again that bad neurons never take a day off. In the cyber world, it's like finding needles in a haystack of malicious intent, but with more zeros and ones than your average horror film.
Russia targets Ukraine's energy grid, claiming its strategic foresight before winter. Nothing says neighborly love like flipping the switch off on heat while you cozy up in your own Kremlin bunker.
Anthropic partners with DU and NNSA to prevent AI from building nuclear weapons as if chatbots were the real nuclear threat. In a world where rogue AI is more likely to suggest cat memes than launch missiles, this feels like locking up your spoons to stop a tornado.
Victorian government reveals rail stations still no trains on time. Shiny new stations can't mask the irony of waiting for a train that might as well be running on hope and outdated schedules.
Only 40% of citizens feel free under right-wing rule, and leaders call it liberty. Welcome to the land of the free, where your rights are as flexible as a concrete slab.
Only 12% of pop songs see success, and Summer Night calls it a triumph. In the glittery world of pop, predicting a hit is like trying to find a needle in a haystack made of auto-tuned confetti.
Pop song hits repeat, nostalgia turns into a broken record. It's all fun and games until you realize you're cheering for a tune that distracts you from the chorus of global issues we ignore.
Top DJs drop 30 remixes of Pandemonium, declare it a spiritual journey. Dubstep's bass drops harder than expectations at a family reunion, but these remixes promise enlightenment, if enlightenment sounds like a robot having a breakdown.
Trump misidentified a Colombian fisherman as a Venezuelan narco-terrorist, then declared it a triumph of homeland security. When your fishing rod becomes a weapon of mass destruction, you know reality's been hijacked by alternative facts.
NATO allegedly misallocated €2 billion, then calls it an accounting error. When billion-euro errors happen, it's less about math and more about creative writing, especially when transparency is as elusive as a unicorn in camouflage.
The only thing more predictable than inflation is the government's ability to repackage stagnation as progress, leaving seniors to decipher the fine print.
Virginia Giuffre claims her father took Epstein's money, then allegedly abused her.
White House demolishes East Wing for ballroom, skips filing plans. When your strategy is ask for forgiveness, not permission, even the nation's most iconic address isn't immune to a little unauthorized makeover.
US Treasury signs $20 billion swap deal with Argentina, calls it a stabilizing force amid a deepening peso crisis. When your currency is swelling the drain, a $20 billion band-aid feels more like a placebo for a hemorrhage.
Only 5% of online searches find forgotten songs, and streaming giants call it progress. When the algorithm fails, the heartstrings fray, and the desperate search for a beat becomes a symphony of digital dead ends.
Amazon Web Services outage spurs Europe to question reliance on US cloud. When your digital independence hangs by a thread, you might want to reconsider who holds the scissors, and maybe get your own pair.
When your economy's in a nosedive and inflation's the co-pilot, refusing the parachute is a bold move. If you're into fiery landings.
Cargo plane slides off runway in Hong Kong, killing 2 airport staff as safety measures wear thin on the tarmac. When the runway becomes a slip and slide, it's not just cargo that crashes, it's the illusion of control over chaos.
UK court jails first online groomer for inciting child self-harm. When justice finally catches up with digital predators, it's a reminder that some monsters hide behind screens, not under beds.
House Speaker claims bipartisanship, then stonewalls cooperation. In the political world, bipartisanship is often code for I'll pretend to listen while holding the door shut. Who knew unity could be so one-sided?
FEMA delays and new rules risk disaster response, state officials warn. When bureaucracy moves slower than a natural disaster, the only flood we're left with is paperwork and frustrated sighs.
London police reveal why 80,000 phones vanished last year, tracing the theft ring to budget cuts in electric bikes. When your phone's faster than the cops, the criminals don't need a GPS to find a payday, just a bike and a budget cut.
In a world craving new voices, we're getting Livin' on a Prayer on repeat. But hey, at least it's a break from the political reruns.
Nothing like putting a for sale sign on the lot to make the stockholders giddy. Hollywood's new blockbuster, The Art of the Deal.
Europe's leaders support Trump's frontline freeze. Russia refuses. When diplomacy becomes a game of freeze tag, everyone ends up stuck while the world keeps spinning into chaos and confusion.
NSWMP reveals suspect's name in Cheryl Grimmer case 55 years after her disappearance. When truth takes half a century to surface, justice feels less like closure and more like a ghost story told in broad daylight.
Only 20% of indie tracks achieve mainstream success, and Toro Y. Moi knows the struggle. While Toro Y. Moi crafts soundscapes for the soul, the music industry is more interested in the jingle-jangle of profit margins.
Lucy Powell urges ministers to drop legal action against labor donors firm. When politics and property get cozy, the walls of accountability tend to crumble faster than a developer's promise.
The University of Virginia caves to Trump administration demands, sacrificing academic independence on the altar of political pressure. In a move that would make Jefferson roll in his grave, the University of Virginia trades its values for a handshake with authoritarianism.
Hungary's largest refinery fire contained no injuries reported, but air quality remains a mystery. When flames dance unchecked, it's a relief no one gets burned. But what about the invisible scars on the atmosphere?
Indonesia brands Lombok the new Bali, but not everyone's buying it. When paradise gets a price tag, the locals get a raw deal while tourists sip overpriced cocktails on the beachfront.
Japan appoints Sano Takeshi as first female prime minister, but her policies echo the old boys club she's breaking into, the shattering glass ceilings.
Anthropic burns $26 billion on AWS, equaling their entire revenue. When your cloud costs match your income, it's either an investment in the future or a very expensive game of digital roulette.
Iran detects necessary will to fix prisoner issue with France, yet prisoners remain locked up. Diplomacies like a magic trick all sparkle and promise while the chains stay tight and the audience waits for the reveal.
OpenAI launches ChatGPT Atlas browser on macOS, promises personalization but leaves user data privacy an afterthought. In the race to make AI your best friend, Atlas might remember your favorite latte order.
When your campaign bankrolls a trilogy of losses, perhaps it's time to consider a different genre, or at least a new scriptwriter.
Russian airstrike targets Kharkiv kindergarten, ignites blaze as children are evacuated to safety. In the twisted theater of war, even playgrounds become battlefields where the innocent are forced to flee while the world watches in muted horror.
Muji halts online sales after ransomware attack on supplier, calling it a temporary setback. When your minimalist philosophy extends to cybersecurity measures, even your retail presence can vanish into thin air.
Federal judge orders Pentagon to restore LGBTQ+ books and diversity lessons in military schools. When inclusion becomes an act of rebellion, you know the times are twisted. Nothing like a court ruling to remind us that equality should never be a radical concept.
Jamie Dimon opens JP Morgan's multi-billion-dollar Park Avenue HQ, claims it's a beacon of financial progress. Meanwhile, the rest of us are left to admire the skyline and wonder if trickle-down economics includes a golden parachute.
Rian Johnson promises a 70s political thriller with a light sci-fi element because nothing screams realism like space lasers in Watergate. When your political intrigue needs an interstellar twist, it's either a bold move or a desperate plea for originality.
Tech moguls commission giant statues declaring them tributes to progress, while their workers toil in cubicles. Nothing says innovation like a colossal bronze eagle, casting a shadow over the very people who built their empires.
Petition to replace Bad Bunny with George Strait at Super Bowl surpasses 50,000 signatures. When nostalgia hits like a truck, you know people are desperate for simpler tunes. Let's see if cowboy hats can outshine reggaeton beats on the biggest stage.
Find today holding Scrap's Tokyo IPO, again blaming market conditions while investors smell something fishy. Seems like market conditions is the new "my dog ate my homework" for companies dodging transparency.
Fake scientists publish 23 papers, then disappear. When academic credibility crumbles faster than a house of cards, it's a wonder peer review hasn't been replaced with a Ouija board and some wishful thinking.
Yemen's Houthis detain 20 UN staff, redefine diplomacy as hostage-taking. When your peacekeepers become prisoners, it's clear someone missed the memo on international goodwill.
Spotify releases 3 a.m. in ATL at midnight because nothing says insomnia like a fresh track drop. If only the music industry could solve real-world problems with the same urgency they release bangers at ungodly hours.
Republican senator exposes rallies, then claims Communist Party funded them. When the Red Scare gets rebranded as a marketing strategy, you know the desperation for relevance is more contagious than the flu.
Spotify promotes a dance track for wild parties because everyone knows wild nights start with corporate approved beats. When did Rebellion become a playlist curated by algorithms? Maybe next they'll sell us chaos in a bottle.
NASA's boss shakes up moon plans, delays lunar landing for budget review. When your space dream gets grounded by a spreadsheet, maybe it's time to admit we are less Apollo and more apologize.
Alaska storm devastates homes. Governor says evacuees displaced for 18 months.
Nature's fury outpaces bureaucracy's efficiency, leaving people to wonder if climate change's real agenda is to expose governmental incompetence in disaster response.
Trump administration cuts scientists' jobs, then wonders why innovation stalls. When you slash research funding, don't be shocked if the future stops knocking. Progress doesn't thrive on political whims.
Oregon beaches host sea cucumber invasion, but locals still debate climate change. When marine life stages a protest on your doorstep, maybe it's time to reconsider your ecological priorities. Nature's not subtle.
Crypto leaders storm Capitol Hill, push market structure bill in marathon meeting. When digital titans and political giants unite, you can bet the real currency is influence, and the only thing decentralized is accountability.
Only 50% of Americans trust climate science, and big oil calls this a win. When billion-dollar industries sell doubt better than scientists sell facts, we're left with the hottest summers and the coolest excuses.
Thomas Massie battles Trump-backed Ed Gulrain, a clash of Republican titans.
Ukraine launches Storm Shadow missiles at Russian plant, then wonders why diplomacy's on life support. When military strategies turn into action movie scripts, the world gets a front row seat to explosions and a back row seat to peace talks.
Funding cuts / anti-malaria efforts, risking 33 million more cases, 82,000 deaths. When politics trims the budget, disease takes the stage, reminding us that indifference is often the deadliest pathogen in the room.
Army General embraces AI for better decisions, bets the house on robot intuition.
Scientists find hidden life under Arctic ice, call it a silver lining. Turns out, even in the Arctic, life finds a way to turn existential dread into a cozy algae potluck. Mother Nature 1, Climate Crisis 0.
Trump's Argentina beef deal angers U.S. farmers, claiming betrayal over foreign competition. When the cows come home, they might find their pastures sold to the highest bidder, reminding us loyalty often loses to the dollar.
Australian lithium producer PLS predicts demand surge despite drowning in surplus. When the lithium dream turns to battery acid, optimism is just a shiny coating on rusted expectations.
Oakland police confirm ex-NFL star Doug Martin died in custody, raising more than just eyebrows. When the game shifts from gridiron glory to tragic headlines, even a touchdown can't outrun the shadow of systemic failure.
Polls show Americans blame Republicans for government shutdown, exposing political fallout. When governing feels like a game of chicken, it's always the public that gets plucked while politicians bicker over who's the bigger rooster.
Arizona Attorney General sues House over Johnson's delay because democracy waits for no man, especially not mine. When the House plays theatre, the Attorney General clings the popcorn and a lawsuit. Who knew swearing in could be so dramatic?
New York City mayoral debate sees Mamdani, Sliwa, and Cuomo spar over Israel, rent, and Trump, but solutions remain elusive. When candidates play verbal dodgeball with real issues, voters are left to wonder if they're electing leaders or just the best talkers in Queens.
Federal officer and undocumented immigrant shot in LA, sparking tension and outrage. When bullets fly, justice often limps behind, struggling to catch up with the narratives that paint victims as villains and heroes as pawns.
Tesla profits fall 37% in Q3, but remember, it's not a crash if you call it a landing. When your car's autopilot is more reliable than your profit forecast, maybe it's time to recalibrate the financial GPS.
Sanae Takaishi appoints only 2 women to her cabinet after promising Iceland-level gender equality. When the glass ceiling shatters into a million tiny shards of broken promises, the patriarchy just sweeps them under the rug with a broom named Thatcher.
Genting Hotel's $561 million muni bond sale delayed over merger raising eyebrows. When mergers stall, the only winners are the lawyers who bill by the hour, while everyone else watches their plans gather dust and interest.
The only thing more outdated than copper connections is the ISP's commitment to honesty, both stuck in the 20th century, with no upgrade in sight.
Google's Willow chip claims quantum advantage, leaving classical computers in the dust. If only real-world problems could be solved by algorithms alone, we'd all be living in a utopia built on silicon and promises.
Atlanta police stopped potential mass shooting at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, authorities crediting a tip-off from the suspect's own family. When your family calls the cops on you, it's time to rethink your life choices, or at least your travel plans.
Outer Banks director Jonas Pate accused of grabbing and shaking production assistant because apparently directing drama isn't enough. When your on-set behavior rivals the plot twists,
John M. Chu compares Wicked movies to Lord of the Rings, then splits them in two. Nothing says epic quite like doubling the box office returns while claiming artistic integrity, because who needs one decisive ending when you can have two?
U.S. Department of Treasury sanctions Russia's top oil giants Rosneft and Lukoil, claiming it'll squeeze Putin's war chest. Because nothing says global peacekeeper like trying to take down an entire country's economy while the planet still thirsts for oil. Trump pushes for conflict in Venezuela, denying intent for regime change. When military action masquerades as democracy promotion, the only thing that changes is the narrative, not the lives of those caught in the crossfire.
US sanctions target Russia's Rosneft and Lukoil, causing oil prices to jump, because nothing says diplomacy like a spike at the pump. When your gas tank feels like a hostage negotiation, maybe it's time to rethink who's really pulling the strings in this geopolitical puppet show.
Only 20% of customers consistently reward attractive service providers, and researchers say the beauty premium might come with a side of backlash. Turns out, being pretty might get you a smile, but not a 5-star review. Beauty, meet the fickle beast of consumer expectations.
Theory claims Earth's spin aids MLB hitters in select stadiums, defying logic. When the cosmos becomes a scapegoat for athletic prowess, maybe it's time to admit that sports analysis has spun out of control.
Stephen Paul Taylor releases Everybody Knows Bleeps Bleep, promises synth pop revelation but delivers deja vu. Another synth pop track to remind us that sometimes innovation wears the same neon leg warmers it did in the 80s.
Trump plans to deploy federal agents to San Francisco because nothing screams freedom like a militarized visit from Uncle Sam. Governor Newsom calls it right out of the dictator's handbook. But hey, who needs democracy when you can have a federal occupation instead?
Norbert Jendit claims he'd probably ban the burqa, contradicting his party leader and sparking accusations of being anti-British. In a country famed for its tea intolerance, Jendit's stance feels like a soggy biscuit in a full English breakfast, out of place and distinctly unappetizing.
Corals adapt facultative symbiosis, dodging extinction while oceans warm. When survival means playing the field with algae, even stony corals, no commitment can be overrated in a bleaching world.
Only 20% of hip-hop videos feature real instruments, and Common calls it innovation. In a world of auto-tune and digital beats, Common's Blue Sky is a refreshing analog rebellion, like finding a vinyl record in a sea of MP3s.
Russian expats in Spain reportedly import luxury cars and grumble about local tapas. Relocating to sun-soaked Spain, they still pine for Russian winters and borscht, proving you can take the oligarch out of Russia, but you can't take Russia out of the oligarch.
Police probe Prince Andrew requests for info on Giuffre, irony thickens. When royalty plays detective, it's less about solving mysteries and more about rewriting history with a silver spoon.
US military strikes kill 5 on alleged drug boats, then celebrate with a victory lap. When your military budget outpaces your education spending, you get missiles solving problems that a good policy could have sorted with a pen and paper.
UFC fans watch Rousey fall to home, spotlight shifts. When the Queen of the Ring finds herself dethroned, it's a reminder that even the toughest icons can stumble under the weight of expectation.
RTX Corp raises profit outlook, blames tariffs for rising sales in defense. When missiles sell like hotcakes, who needs trade agreements? It's a beautiful day for the war economy, and a cloudy one for peace.
US demands EU reverse climate rules for gas surge, then lectures on freedom. It's like telling your vegan friend to eat steak for dinner because you forgot to plan a menu. Except this time, the planet's the one left with indigestion.
Shipping plan stalls post-Trump backlash, green dreams shelved.
Because nothing screams respect for tradition like bulldozing a piece of American history to make room for a dance floor worthy of a dictator's disco dreams.
Colombia pulls U.S. ambassador after Trump threatens harsh drug war. When diplomacy is dictated by Twitter tantrums, international relations become a reality show where the script is written in all caps and bad faith.
Louvre reopens. Investigators recover DNA from jewelry heist. Art and crime collide as detectives dust for DNA, reminding us that even the Mona Lisa's smile can't distract from a well-timed heist.
Fail IRA raises $4 billion, calls it a startup, then buys a yacht for its lean team retreat. Because nothing says nimble innovation, quite like sailing the high seas on a luxury vessel, while the rest of us are stuck in the digital grind.
When your political career's a sinking ship, it's best to jump overboard before the truth torpedoes you. Bon voyage, Minister.
Trump claims ultimate authority on paying himself $230 million for investigations. When the accused becomes the accountant, justice drowns in a swamp of self-interest, leaving taxpayers to foot the bill for a billionaire's legal woes.
Researchers create Orc AI, automating killer whale sound analysis, then claim it's revolutionary. Finally, a breakthrough that lets us eavesdrop on orcas' greatest hits without ever getting wet, because marine life is best enjoyed through a screen, right?
Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd celebrate 40 years of Back to the Future, proving nostalgia is the only time machine that never breaks down. In a world where sequels age like milk, this classic's still the DeLorean of cinematic drudge, fueled by plutonium and pure 80s magic.
City pop classic Stay Girl Stay Pure by 1986, O Amigi Tree promises nostalgia and delivers irony. In a world where purity is marketed like a vintage collectible, innocence gets sold back to us at a premium, wrapped in synth nostalgia.
U.S. warns Hamas plans imminent Gaza attack, cites ceasefire breach. When even the peacekeepers are shouting fire in a crowded theater, you know diplomacy is just a game of musical chairs with a missing seat.
Border Patrol and FHP conduct immigration raid on Treasure Coast, proving nothing says welcome like a high-stakes game of hide and seek. In the land of the free, raids are the new reality TV, where the prize is a one-way ticket to uncertainty.
Trump DJs at the Rose Garden spins REM confuses guests with Phantom of the Opera. When political theater meets actual theater, expect operatic levels of confusion and a soundtrack that screams, "Losing my religion."
Trump campaigns with Southern fervor, ignores national divide.
European researchers claim cannabis alleviates back pain, while Big Pharma feels a sudden pinch in their wallet. Turns out Mother Nature's little green helper might be more effective than a cabinet full of prescriptions, but don't expect a thank you note from the pill pushers.
Music producers promise creative magic, then drown you in auto-tune and deadlines. Friendship with a beatmaker is like a remix of your life, catchy at first, but often overproduced, leaving you longing for the original track.
Trump unveils White House ballroom plans, while the East Wing faces a wrecking ball. In his quest for opulence,
Trump trades historical architecture for a dance floor, proving once again that grandeur trumps legacy in his world.
Kansas City Chiefs crush Raiders 31-0, celebrate like it's a renaissance. It's a symphony of touchdowns, while the Raiders play air guitar, proving that sometimes the only thing more deflated than a football is the losing team's spirit.
Democrats demand Epstein file release. Trump deflects with conspiracy theories. Unsealing these files is like opening Pandora's box. The truth might be uglier than the scandals we've been fed, but hey, at least it's bipartisan.
Russia deploys bot farms for African influence while claiming to support stability. In a digital safari of deceit, Russia uses fake followers to hunt for influence, proving once again that nothing says support like a synthetic crowd.
Maccabi Tel Aviv rejects Aston Villa tickets, citing scheduling chaos. Apparently, the only thing more disorganized than a European football league is trying to exchange tickets like their Pokemon cards.
Gold stabilizes at over 4,000 an ounce. Shutdown drags into day 22. The market's like a soap opera full of drama and cliffhangers. Gold's starring role is overshadowed by government dysfunction, making it the least shocking plot twist.
Sucker tumbles for third day, nearing 4,000 an ounce. Investors clutch pearls over market overheating. When even gold needs a cool-off, you know the financial sauna's too steamy. Let's hope the economy doesn't melt faster than an ice cube in July.
Japan's first female leader faces obstacles, despite historic triumph. In a land where tradition clings like a stubborn stain, one woman's rise is a beacon, though the patriarchy's shadow still looms large.
Ecuadorian police target indigenous protesters, skip warrants, escalate tensions.
Scientists discover quantum trick in two-dimensional materials, then act surprised. Turns out, the universe had a secret up its sleeve, making us wonder if nature's running a cosmic magic show while we fumble with the curtain.
Israel accuses Hamas of ceasefire breach, reportedly attacks Gaza, questions arise over critical crossing access. When peace talks are a game of who flinches first, it's the innocents caught in the crossfire who pay the ultimate price.
Animals perceive optical illusions, complicating assumptions about cognition.
Remedy CEO exits abruptly after profit warning, blames weak sales. When your latest game flops harder than a fish on land, the CEO's office becomes a revolving door of regret and resignation.
Only bid for 2031 Women's World Cup comes from US, Mexico, Costa Rica, and Jamaica. When the competition is non-existent, even a lackluster plan looks like a home run. Still, it's not like FIFA's standards are sky high.
Only 20% of dubstep fans admit they prefer cyberpunk, and Pandemonium calls it the future of music. When your beats sound like a robot having an existential crisis, it turns out even the machines might want to dance to a different tune.
Wayne Rooney claims Premier League quality, but plays for DC United instead. Where legends trade stadiums for nostalgia, it's like a rock star playing a dive bar and calling it a world tour.
Heathrow, fast tracks, third runway at £50 billion, promising full benefits sooner. When your definition of benefits includes 40 years of construction noise, air pollution, and a price tag bigger than the GDP of a small country, you might be Heathrow.
Union leader claims attacks on UK Cabinet Secretary reek of political cowardice. Critics point fingers at Chris Warmald, yet the real stink might be from those deflecting blame, trying to dodge accountability like it's a bad smell.
Rogue black hole emits record radio blast defying cosmic norms. When even the universe's rebels scream louder than your average rock concert, you know it's time to question who's really running the show in this galaxy.
Anthony Albanese suggests US might tweak AUKUS deal despite previous commitments. When political promises are made of rubber, every handshake becomes a potential boomerang.
Republicans attempt to divide Democrats over federal worker pay raises. When politicians play chess with paychecks, it's the workers who get checkmated, left wondering if their wages are just pawns in a larger game.
Novo Nordisk axes 9,000 employees, then decides to replace over half its board. When the corporate guillotine swings both ways, you start to wonder if the real business model here is job insecurity and boardroom bingo.
Federal officers shoot undocumented immigrant in LA, injuring 2 bystanders. When law enforcement's aim is as misguided as their policies, innocent lives are caught in the crossfire, reminding us that accountability is often a ghost.
Lawyers urge ICC to probe 122 European officials, accusing them of crimes against humanity in the Mediterranean. Justice may be blind, but it seems the Mediterranean's been keeping an eye on Europe's selective compassion, where humanity is just a word until it washes ashore.
Trump administration pushes Arctic oil lease sale, ignoring government shutdown. When nature is just a line item, even a frozen paradise becomes a fire sale in the name of progress.
Kenny Loggins demands Trump remove AI video using his song, but the highway to hell's already paved with deepfakes.
MNTN CEO claims over half new users sign up for ads, yet ad delivery lags. When expectations are sold faster than they can be fulfilled, it's a masterclass in corporate optimism, or perhaps just another delayed disappointment.
BNP Paribas ordered to pay millions in Sudan case, fears of costly settlement rise. When banks play blind to human rights, the cost isn't just financial, it's a moral bankruptcy that can't be bailed out.
Only 3% of scientists secure research grants, and Nature calls it progress. When your chances of funding are slimmer than a hipster's jeans, maybe it's time to start crowdfunding your next groundbreaking discovery.
When corporations juggle billions like pocket change, it's a magic trick where the real disappearing act is the accountability for everyone else's future.
Graham Plattner denies knowing his tattoo's Nazi symbolism, then blames Google Translate. When your excuse is more transparent than a ghost at noon, maybe it's time to rethink your life choices and your ink.
White House demolishes East Wing wall for Trump's $250 million ballroom. When democracy's house becomes a stage for vanity projects, it's a high-priced metaphor for who really gets served at the banquet of power.
Only 40% of Americans have access to weight loss drugs, and Big Pharma calls it progress. When progress means only the rich can afford to shed pounds.
Liberal leader Susan Ley faces pressure over net zero 5 months post-election defeat. When your climate policy is as clear as a coal miner's conscience, expect a few MPs to jump the fossil-fueled ship.
Generative engine optimization boosts retailer traffic by 520%, but the hype is real. When algorithms become the new middlemen, expect your holiday shopping list to be filled with more glitches, fewer genuine gifts, and a side of existential dread.
Senator Fetterman accuses Democrats of filibuster hypocrisy, slamming their sudden love for it after campaigning against it. When politicians flip faster than a gymnast on caffeine, it's proof that promises are just hurdles to vault over on the way to power.
Only 10% of companies secure CI/CD pipelines, and they call it innovation. When your security strategy is a copy-paste job, expect breaches to multiply like bad memes on a tech forum.
Defiant CEO warns firms on managing leveraged ETF risks as ultra-leveraged products surge and spark fresh debates on their harm. When your financial strategy is like playing Jenga with nitroglycerin, maybe it's time to rethink how much boom you want in your portfolio.
Mike Johnson delays Adelaide Tub Grijalva's swearing in, lawsuit follows. When democracy hinges on one man's calendar, justice becomes a waiting game and the people's voice gets put on hold like a bad customer service call.
NASA seeks new partners for moon mission as SpaceX falls behind schedule, leaving lunar dreams in limbo. When your space program starts looking like a celestial game of musical chairs, you might wonder if anyone's bringing the moon rocks or just the moonwalk.
Erdogan ally urges Turkish Cypriots to merge with Turkey post-vote. When annexation dreams are dressed up as unity, sovereignty becomes a quaint notion, like a relic from a time before power grabs were as casual as brunch.
Trump's administration touts Bluesky Project, then turns it into a surveillance tool. When your Bluesky vision is just a drone in a pretty package, expect privacy to vanish faster than a campaign promise.
Russian drones strike UN convoy near Kherson. Military bloggers celebrate the attack as a success with viral footage. When footage of international law violations becomes a trending topic, it's less about military prowess and more about the creative rebranding of war crimes.
Stanford scientists grow thousands of mini human brains using food additives. When the line between gourmet and grotesque blurs, who knew the secret ingredient to understanding consciousness would be found in your pantry, right next to the MSG.
Robert De Niro warns about protest fatigue, fears a Trump third term. When the godfather of cinema has to remind us to stay woke, you know the sequel is scarier than the original.
Brightline train zips through South Florida, then earns nickname Death Train. When a luxury ride becomes a Grim Reaper on rails, it's hard to enjoy champagne service while your ride leaves a trail of obituaries.
White House plans to demolish East Wing soon, claiming it's for necessary renovations. When your house of cards gets too shaky, just tear it down and call it a remodel.
After attending protests, your phone might be your snitch, and the data brokers call it customer intelligence. When your smartphone is more of a whistleblower than a gadget, maybe it's time to start whispering sweet nothings to a rotary dial.
Heathrow fast-tracks third runway at 50 billion pounds, calls it progress.
When your band's name feels like a toy, it's hard to take the music seriously, even if the ideals are golden.
When your campaign strategy is as mixed up as your ink, maybe it's time to rethink both.
Trump colleges compact deadline nears. Schools reject federal grant strings. When schools are asked to trade their autonomy for a few extra bucks, you know the administration's idea of higher learning involves a lot more compliance and a lot less critical thinking.
It's like the arsonist billing the fire department for water damage.
Trump celebrates Gaza agreement. Israel's hard right remains uncontained. Trump might be basking in applause, but the hard right in Israel is less of a political faction and more of a political wildfire. While he's taking bows, they're busy plotting their next act.
UC San Diego rebrands Black Student Scholarship.
ICE agent arrested in Miami claims undercover operation. When the enforcers need enforcing, maybe it's time to check who's really holding the badge.
DHS buys 2 jets for $172 million amid shutdown, calls it essential. While the rest of us are sipping instant coffee and praying our paychecks clear, DHS officials are soaring high above the budget crisis. Who needs public services when you can have first-class legroom?
Gavin Newsom fact-checked Trump declares nobody wants you here with precision. When your truth bombs hit harder than expected, it's like watching a soap opera where the villains write their own dialogue, pure unscripted chaos.
NBA season launches at October 21st, solves nothing.
Mike Johnson applauds video of Trump bleep bombing protest, calls it leadership. In a world where the word coward is now synonymous with politician, it seems Johnson has mistaken sound and fury for courage. Maybe next time he'll clap for a mime.
Brandy exits stage mid-performance, offers fans an ology instead of apology. It's a classic case of oops, I did it again, but with more vocal runs and fewer explanations. When pop stars forget their own lyrics, they make up new ones.
Israel detains 95 Palestinian medics, calls it security. In the land of contradictions, healing hands are cuffed, while the world watches in selective silence, feigning surprise at the cycle of injustice.
World Liberty Financial loses $10 billion in crypto crash, calls it a minor setback. When losing enough money to buy your own small nation is just a minor setback, perhaps the only thing more inflated than crypto is corporate ego.